is
This call is now being recorded.
a very important theme that has special importance with regards to our National Education Policy 2021. Before I welcome our esteemed guests of today, I would like to say a few words on the theme and the sub themes of this conference. As we all know, that the National Education Policy has reiterated the importance of including the vocational courses, the projects, the internships, and all kinds of student centric practical subjects in our education policy, in our graduation and our post graduation programs. And we have linked research at the graduate level to bring to the students the employment generation mode in the formal education system. Because as we know, that basic aim of education is not just giving knowledge and building a personality, but it is also important to give vocation or a livelihood opportunity or a job or an employment opportunity to the students. So this is where this theme sets in, because today industry academia linkage had been established long ago in the institutions, where professional institutions like IIM, engineering, MBBS, and all these degrees, MBA, and even institutes like Polytechnic and ITI used to generate some kind of employment and some kind of skills that were actually apt for the employment market. But when we see today that the formal education had been left out of this employment market scenario, and the formal education could not be linked directly to the education and entrepreneurship development, we were restricted to running a few papers on these subjects. But today, when we see that we have to actually have a connect between education and employment, and since we know that the formal job scenario is shrinking day by day, and entrepreneurship development is not only the recluse, but yes, it is an important aspect which has to be inculcated through skill development or capacity building into the students, so that they can be actually gainfully employed and can contribute to the development of the nation directly. They can not just seek employment, but they can give employment to the others. And considering this important theme of this 2 days international conference was decided, that how can we actually conduct those kinds of multidisciplinary research and touch those areas like agriculture development and environment development. And we have to link all the financial inclusion when we talk about startups, when we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, when we talk about vocal for local, or when we talk about any kind of skill development. We have to incorporate every kind of multidisciplinary research, all kinds of areas that are related to the primary, secondary, tertiary, quinary sectors of economy, where we have to keep in mind that we produce, manufacture, or generate services, keeping in mind the sustainable development and the environmental issues of the economy. For that matter, this conference had many sub themes which covered almost every aspect of entrepreneurship or sectoral development, like agriculture, industry, import, export, rural development. And when we build these personalities at the educational level, it is bound to develop a personality of the students. So, one of the major factors is to build that entrepreneurship skills and entrepreneurial attitude among the students. And looking at this, we knew that we have to keep in mind the growing information technology scenario. We have to keep in mind our indigenous models of Gandhi and Ambedkar, when we talk about skill development, we have to remember the role of SHGs and microfinance and financial inclusion in case of rural development. We have to keep the natural resource management and sustainable development issues and climate change issues in mind when we jump into the arena of employment and entrepreneurship. We have to keep in mind the import, export, and FDI for economic growth. We have to remember the interlinkages between infrastructure and development and HRD, rural women entrepreneurship, and Narega, all the issues that have been, and rural banking, of course. So these are the issues and the themes which were covered. And today the paper presentation session is going to cover almost all one of these topics by the paper presenters, so that this broad theme, all pervasive theme, can actually be discussed in detail in this conference, so that the recommendations and the results and the findings and the discussions can actually give result to we can have some takeaways which can be recommended to the government, because very prestigious institutions have collaborated in this conference. And here we know that we are talking about something that has actually percolated to the schools, to the colleges, to the universities. And so research has to be now conducted in a very like education has to be formalized and conducted in a manner that when we have to have the learning outcomes and the program outcomes and the program specific and course specific outcomes before we set out with our syllabus and curriculum. Likewise, when we conduct research today, we have to be very clear about what is going to be the expected outcome of this study. And these studies today are actually not confined to laboratories or to specific micro level studies, but yes, we have to conduct research on those issues where education can be linked to employment and entrepreneurship development, so that we can be self-reliant, we can have all the sectors contributing vibrantly and fruitfully to the economy. So now I welcome all the dignitaries of this session. We have, I suppose, I'm sure our dignitaries have joined. Today we have with us in this conference BP Chandramohan sir, Professor BP Chandramohan, who is the General Secretary of Indian Economic Association. We have Dr. Devendra Avasthi, who is the Vice President of Indian Economic Association. We have Dr. Jaspal Singh sir from Niti Aayog, New Delhi. And we can also have Professor Muhammad Israr, Dr. Muhammad Israr, who's the Vice Chancellor, Monwar International University, Musako, Nasarawa State, Federal Republic of Nigeria. So I extend a hearty welcome to all the esteemed guests of this session, because Indian Economic Association is an organization which has been contributing to economics and its issues, subject and its research and its development since 1917. So I think I can initially invite Dr. Devendra Avasthi sir. I very politely and humbly invite Dr. Devendra Avasthi sir, Vice President of Indian Economic Association, to give his
Thank
address.
you. Thank you, respected Dr. Neeta Tapanji.
Thank you, sir.
I really feel honored to be part of this international conference on multidisciplinary approach to education, employment, and entrepreneurial development, being organized by Radiant Group of Institutions and Social Science and Management Welfare Organization, along with our own association, Indian Economic Association. It is heartening that such a serious academic activity is being undergoing under the leadership of Dr. Devendra Vishkarma, who's also been our executive member and in charge of Madhya Pradesh. And yesterday also some very useful deliberations have already taken place, and I could have a glimpse of that. the topic which you have chosen, the issues which you have selected are highly very important. They are education, employment, and entrepreneurship development. No policy framework, no 5-year plan has failed to work on it. These are the basic problems. And since independence, we have been making different types of strategies to provide a proper education, proper employment, sometimes an education model which will enhance the employment, and sometimes an educational system to uh, improve the entrepreneurial development. Actually, it is a very complicated matter. Our economy, our uh, our social system in our country, our political system in our country, it is a diversified environment. So education, there are different types of education, there are different layers of education, there is a wide disparities in the educational levels in the states, and that has an effect on the entrepreneurial development and the employment also. Now, if as we see, as the time progressed after independence, the, the share of formal sector employment kept on shrinking, and the share of informal sector in terms of absorption of the ever growing labor force has been increasing every day. So the surplus, the manpower which is generated, which comes to the labor market of the country, is ultimately being, we see them absorbing in the informal sectors. So informal sector today is being absorbing the labor force since independence. So that, but that informal sector is not capable of giving a proper employment, employment according to the qualification, and employment according to the to generate a sufficient income levels to sustain his livings. So the basic problem with the system in the employment generation is that if we have continuously concentrated on the formal sector of employment generation, which unfortunately, with the changing mode of technology, becoming highly capital intensive technology models, so is not being able to employ more and more people. So the employability in the formal sector has been minimized. So the rest of the labor force is uh, willingly or unwillingly, it is going to be absorbed in the urban informal sector, or even the informal activities in the rural sector. So what is needed is a research, is to at the micro levels, considering the disparities, considering the changes in the environment, considering the educational uh, uh, disparity levels, we have to research out specific region specific strategies for education and for employment. Once we do it, then only we can think of entrepreneurial development. Entrepreneurial development does not is dependent on the education. If you are in a risk environment, entrepreneurship development is affected by that. So education has to be taken care of, and education has to be something which can affect the labor, the employment. Employment, it should be employment related. And what various researchers have shown, that very little investment, with lesser amount of investment in informal sectors, we can select some of the activities, and with minimum of education investments, and with a definite and a very competent strategy, we can create a lot of employment in the informal sectors. So my point is I hope if we do more research on the informal sector employment, then it will be good for the employment scenario. And uh, I hope with these my views about that the topic, and I hope this conference will the paper presenters and the academicians will be throwing a lot of light as far as the aspects of entrepreneurship development, startups, employment, and different types of educational systems. So it is nice and it is a good initiative that if people from different disciplines they come out with their own different point of views, then we can evolve a very practical and effective policy prescription for our policymakers. With these words, I give my best wishes to the organizers of this conference and to the paper presenters and all those who are participating by means of online uh, systems. I give them my best wishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thank you,
very,
madam.
very much, sir, for your very illuminating address, a brief address, but actually which threw light on every aspect of this conference theme, because it has been rightly said by you that uh, the four E's, the education, employment, entrepreneurship, and economy, they have to be connected in such a way that the interlinkages are fruitful and are actually give an outcome. And for that, specific strategies have to be designed for education, and specific strategies have to be designed for employment. And as we know that everyone can tell one the risk, but an entrepreneur can see the reward. So for that, we have to change the mindset. We have to train the students in such a way through this education policy from the very first year of their graduation, that they go into the field and conduct projects in such a way that they tend to understand the whole gamut of economy and the kind of role that an entrepreneur can play, and how can they seek and get employment in the economy. And for that matter, yes, we have to conduct skill mapping, and we have to go for resource mapping area wise and for particular regions, so that the informal sector, which is the major employment giver in this economy, can actually be flooded with smart workers, and this sector can actually lead to the economy's boom. And likewise, like every sector failed and was locked down in the unprecedented pandemic, but we could see that this sector and the people associated with this not just managed to keep their livelihoods going on, but they managed and kept going, kept other people's lives also going on. So yes, we have for the first time understood the importance of supply chains not coming from the metropolitan cities, but from the local small villages and from small mohalla shops and from the informal sector. So this is where we have to lead our students to, with all the pride and with all the skills and with all the knowledge. So I thank again Dr. Devendra Vishwakarma sir for giving me this opportunity and for holding this wonderful conference, a very apt and timely conference, so that we get insights for our college and university education at this time. And now I thank Dr. Devendra Avasthi once again for giving this very, very enlightening address. And I thank all the listeners for giving us a patient listening. Now I hand over the session to Dr. Praveen Kumar Jha, who's from IGNOU, Delhi, to conduct and take forward the paper presentation session. Thank you very much. And over to you, sir. Praveen, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And thank you very much, Dr. Devendra Sharma, sir, Devendra Avasthi, sir. That very enlightening speech. We privileged to get you people, and we have many other speakers. Whenever they will join, we will continue. till the time we are starting our paper presentation session, we special thanks to Dr. Devendra Avasthi sir and Nita Tapan ma'am. Thank you very much, sir. So now we are starting paper presentation session. As we know that we are here, we are witness for the international conference on multidisciplinary, and title of our international conference, Education, Employment and Entrepreneurship Development. So I'm requesting to all the paper presenters that they must be ready with their presentation. And for presenting the paper, you will be given 5 minutes, and you have to start your introduction, research methodology, and followed by various points of the research, and lastly conclusion and suggestion. So I will speak out the name one by one. You have to acknowledge, and you have to first give your introduction for 30 seconds, and thereafter you can start your paper. So today's first participant is Dr. Eni Joya. Dr. Eni Joya. Dr. Sarna Nayak.
नहीं सर, चंद्रमोहन सर ये बोलने वाले हैं, थोड़ा मेरे
Okay.
आप स्टार्ट कर.
Okay. So Professor BP Chanmohan sir is available, I think. So I am requesting sir to please enlighten us with your speech, sir. Professor BP Chandramohan sir. Brijesh sir, anything from your side? क्या मैं पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन का सेशन कंटिन्यू रखूं या प्रोफेसर बीपी चंद्रमोहन सर हमारे बीच जुड़ चुके हैं?
आप कंटिन्यू पेपर, अभी एक पेपर और करवा दीजिए सर, जैसे ही सर ज्वाइन होंगे तो सर का करवा दीजिए प्लीज सर.
ओके सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. तो पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन के सेशन में आगे बढ़ते हुए डॉक्टर मंजू एनडी को आमंत्रित करता हूं. डॉक्टर मंजू एनडी. अविनाश कुमार. हिना कुमारी.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you are requested to present your paper, ma'am. First, please
Yes,
give your
sir.
introduction, followed by your paper presentation, and please share your PPT. Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, sorry, I can't share my PPT because मेरी मोबाइल में थोड़ी सी कोई प्रॉब्लम हो गई, इसलिए नेट की भी प्रॉब्लम हो रही है बहुत.
No issue, ma'am. You continue with your presentation, ma'am, without PPT.
हाँ, कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं होगा ना अगर PPT
No,
शेयर
कोई
नहीं
दिक्कत
करेंगे तो?
No, there is no issue. Please start without PPT.
Okay. Hello, सबको नमस्ते और hello everyone. My name is हिना कुमारी. I am from बिहार और मैं एक रिसर्च स्कॉलर हूँ और मैं यहाँ जयप्रकाश यूनिवर्सिटी से अपनी रिसर्च कर रही हूँ. मैं उसी टॉपिक से, जिस टॉपिक में मैं रिसर्च कर रही हूँ उसी से रिलेटेड मैं अपना मतलब पेपर प्रेजेंट करना चाहती हूँ और माफी चाहती हूँ कि मैं पीपीटी नहीं मतलब शेयर कर पा रही हूँ. इसके लिए मेरी टॉपिक है यूपी और बिहार में सार्वजनिक वितरण प्रणाली का प्रदर्शन जो है वो कैसा है, यूपी में कैसा है और बिहार में कैसा है, इसका तुलनात्मक स्टडी है मेरी. यही मेरी टॉपिक भी है रिसर्च की, उसी पे मैं पेपर प्रेजेंट कर रही हूँ. तो सबसे पहले तो मैं बताना चाहती हूँ सार्वजनिक वितरण प्रणाली के बारे में, जो दोनों ही मतलब दोनों क्या पूरे इंडिया में बहुत ही पुरानी ये सिस्टम है जो आजादी के पहले से चली आ रही है. और ये चालू जब हुई थी, जब अंग्रेज हमारे देश में थे तभी ये चालू की गई थी. तो ये तो शायद बेसिक्स है जो लगभग सबको पता ही होगा. फिलहाल मैं कंटिन्यू करती हूँ अपने डेटा पे कि यूपी में इसकी कंडीशन कैसी है और बिहार में इसकी कंडीशन कैसी है. तो सबको ही जानता है कि सार्वजनिक वितरण पर एक बहुत ही बड़ा योजना है जिससे गरीबों को बहुत ज्यादा फायदा होता है और रियायती कीमतों पे खाद्यान्न उपलब्ध इस पे सरकार द्वारा कराई जाती है. सरकार द्वारा तय कीमत पे, जो मार्केट में कीमत है उससे काफी कम कीमत पे यहाँ पे खाद्यान्न उपलब्ध कराई जाती है, जिससे मतलब इस योजना से कोशिश तो हो रही है कि गरीबी को कम किया जाए और शायद मदद भी मिल रही है, लेकिन मतलब बिहार में यही योजना यूपी के मुकाबले बहुत ही मतलब खराब स्थिति में चल रही है। और मैं इसलिए बोल रही हूँ क्योंकि मैं हाल ही फिलहाल में परसों में बलिया सर्वे करने गई थी, और कल मैं बिहार में छपरा और अमनौर में सर्वे की हूँ, तो मैं बता रही हूँ। मेरे पास डेटा भी अवेलेबल है, तो मैं बता सकती हूँ कि बलिया में जो है बहुत ही अच्छी तरीके से पीडीएस सिस्टम काम कर रहा है, और यहाँ बहुत मतलब यहाँ की व्यवस्था जितनी बताई जाती है सरकार द्वारा वैसी है नहीं। और लेकिन दोनों जगह सुधारने की जरूरत है, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा सुधारने की जरूरत बिहार में है। तो मैं कुछ डेटा बताना चाहती हूँ कि कहाँ कैसा कंडीशन है। अब क्योंकि ये जो सार्वजनिक वितरण प्रणाली है, कोविड-19 में काफी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस दिया था, इसीलिए सारे लोग मतलब एक एक तरफ से तो बोल रहे हैं कि हाँ थोड़ी सी सुधार के साथ ये जो है सिस्टम और अच्छे से चल सकता है। जैसा यूपी में है कि बलिया में हम गए थे सर्वे करने, नसीराबाद गांव है और दरामपुर गांव है, यही दो जगह हम सर्वे करने गए थे। तो वहां पता चला कि वीक में नहीं, महीना में बस 2 दिन में ही अनाज को डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया जाता है, जिसकी वजह से बहुत ज्यादा धक्कम धक्की होने लगती है, बहुत ज्यादा परेशानियां होती हैं गरीबों को लेने में। वो लोग डिमांड कर रहे हैं कि सरकार से बस इतनी रिक्वेस्ट है कि ये जो 2 दिन है ना, इनको और सप्ताह में 1 दिन कर दे, 4 सप्ताह में एक एक दिन करके करेंगे तो थोड़ी हम लोग को आसानी होगी। एक ये परेशानी है। और जो सरकार बोल रही है कि ऑनलाइन सप्लाई हो गया है, जीपीएस सिस्टम लग गई है यूपी में सब जगह, ये सारी प्रॉब्लम भी है वहां पे। वहां कहीं नहीं लगा है, जहां हम बलिया गए थे सर्वे करने वहां कहीं नहीं लगा है। और मतलब बहुत कुछ चीजें हैं जो वहां सुधारनी है, लेकिन बहुत उन लोग को फायदा भी हो रहा है। उन्होंने ये कहा है कि जो हमें अनाज मिलता है उससे मतलब कम से कम हमें ये चिंता नहीं होती है कि हाँ कल क्या खाएंगे, परसों क्या खाएंगे। हमारे 30 दिन में से कम 25 दिन के खाना हमारा मतलब भोजन का इंतजाम हो जाता है। तो वो लोग बोले कि हाँ ये जो सरकार द्वारा स्कीम चलाया जा रहा है इससे बहुत फायदा आ रहा है। ये करेंट डेटा हम बता रहे हैं जो हम सर्वे करके आए हैं, हम सेकेंडरी डेटा नहीं बता रहे हैं। इसीलिए तो सारा। और छपरा में और ये अमनौर में जो हम सर्वे किए हैं वहां उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं उतना अच्छा से तो नहीं हो रहा है, मतलब कुछ स्पष्ट वो लोग बताए नहीं कि हाँ क्या हो रहा है क्या नहीं। लेकिन बलिया का सर्वे करने पर ये पता चला कि हाँ काफी अच्छे से वहां मतलब वो लोग संतुष्ट हैं, इस योजना से वो लोग संतुष्ट हैं। बाकी रहा बात एलोकेशन का और ऑफटेक का, तो ऑफटेक डे बाय डे कम होते जा रहा है। और इसका रीजन एक ये भी है कि महीना में 2 दिन जो है वो डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होता है, तो काफी लोग पहुंच नहीं पाते हैं, जो फेयर प्राइस शॉप्स है ना उस पे पहुंच नहीं पाते हैं। और नहीं पहुंचने की वजह से क्या होता है, उनके हिस्से का जो अनाज होता है वो बच जाता है, जिसको जो एफपीएस के जो मालिक होते हैं ना वो अपने हिस्से में रख लेते हैं, उसको मार्केट में एक्स्ट्रा प्राइस पे, जो मार्केट में प्राइस है उस पे उसको बेच देते हैं। तो ये सब है जो बहुत कुछ इसमें कमी भी है, उसके फायदे भी है। तो ये हम अपना करेंट डेटा प्रेजेंट किए हैं। और इसके अलावा सेकेंडरी डेटा तो बहुत है, इसके अलावा तो हम और कुछ नहीं कह सकते हैं। फिलहाल मेरे पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन में यही है, शायद हम पीपीटी शेयर कर पाते तो और कुछ दिखाते हैं, तो नहीं दिखा पा रहे। इसके लिए सॉरी सर, सॉरी प्रवीण सर, मैं इतना ही मतलब
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. And you nicely compare that how the distribution system in Bihar and UP. और आपने दोनों का बहुत अच्छे से कंपेयर किया. And thank you so much for a nice presentation. और इसी क्रम में मैं आगे बढ़ते हुए रेखा जी को आमंत्रित करता हूँ.
जी गुड आफ्टरनून सर. गुड आफ्टरनून
मैम
सर.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please give your introduction and start your paper presentation, ma'am.
First of all, thanks sir for giving me a platform to present my research paper. Myself Rekha from Haryana, and my research topic is training and developing. Now, come to introduction. In the world of training and development, impact measuring program is a frequent discussion topic. Everyone seems to be searching for their perfect measurement system to increase organizational capabilities, performance, and link them with the business strategies. Human resource practitioner, organization development consult, training manager, and senior manager realize that any training and development activity should eventually show up positive return and improve the bottom line. Now, history growth of training developing. The 20th century saw a dramatic changes within the world of work, and the 21st appear to have continued the theme of change. Organizations have evolved in the term of purpose, size, structure, management, philosophy, and relationship with the outside world. Technological advance and regionalization all work method, and for many organizations the operational his horizon has moved from a small geographical area to literally the world. For government, being competitive is now a global. And what is the importance of training and developing? It is an accepted fact that beside money, material, and machines, the success of an organization depends upon the quality of its human resource. It is most important. In the wake of increased competition, organization of the Indian economy, development of global village concept, people have become pivot around which successful organization rotate. In the light of these, the training and development function in which organization gain momentum and recognized as a tool to help people to growth within the organization and retain them. Now, what is the concept of training and developing? Before discussing the concept in detail, it is pertinent to present the training wheel developed by the French and Ronald B. in 1994, which is self-explanatory. Human resource development in the organization context is the process by which the employees of an organization are helped in a continuous, planned way, like to acquire or sharpen capabilities required to perform various functions associated with their present or expected future roles, develop their general capabilities as individuals, and discover and exploit their own inner potential for their own and organizational development purpose. Rewards, performance appraisal, training, career planning, organizational development, these all are the training development. And what is the importance of HRD? HRD, human resource development in training. And training is the essence of human resource development. Development is never ending process. As people develop themselves and their direction, new problems and issues arise requiring them to develop new capabilities. Now, sir, I'm concluding my paper. Conclusion is that the concept and definition of training and development further is discussed the importance of training, its role in development of organization, the earlier literature developed by different authors, the researchers, scholars, etc., which are related to the current study. The purpose of this learning material is to explain the reader issue and concept that should be understood in order to think constructively about the application of the psychology of training to real work issues. It is not presented as a literature review. You will need to read further for that information. Instead, the material has been written in an informal way to explain key principle and concept and how they related to each other in dealing with applied training issues. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Very nicely you have presented the paper.
Thank you, sir.
Now, अब इसी क्रम में आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं श्री गोयम तामकाय, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर सरजीत please acknowledge Mr. Vasudev N. Joshi.
Yes, sir.
Vasudev,
Very good afternoon.
very good afternoon, sir. You are requested to give your introduction and present your paper, sir.
Yes, sir. Very good afternoon to all of you, those who are listening to me. I am a research scholar, sir, at Srimati LRT College of Commerce, Akola, Maharashtra. I am doing my research, sir, in the topic human resource management under the guidance of Dr. Principal Shri Prabhu Chapke sir. So today's topic for my presentation of paper is recent trends of human resource development and management HRDM in the field of management education related to students and teachers. So I'll start with my introduction. So human resource management can be seen as the design of formal system in an organization to ensure effective and efficient use of human talents to accomplish organizational goals. So now the goals and roles of human resource management in education are strategic and operational. Sir, in strategic role, human resource is managed well and the source of competitive strength for education and for the teachers and students related to educational sector. Strategically, human resources must be viewed in same context as the financial, technological, and other resources that are managed in any organization. So, the operational role include both tactical and administrative activities which are constructive in nature. A wide range of activities typically associated in day-to-day management of people as provided by laws and regulations must be performed efficiently. So now I will move forward with the functions of human resource management in education. So the first and the basic function is staff maintenance. This concerns making the work environment conducive for workers. Pertinent practices include promotion and transfers, motivation, safety, and security of health services. So the second function is staff relations. There must be good communication network in the management education to enable the teachers to constantly be informed of the progress being made in the colleges of the students. So the next is staff development. This is the process of appraising staff performance and identifying their key skills and competence that need to be development or training to improve their skills for better performance. So the next is job performance reward. This involves the design and administrative rewards for jobs that are being performed by the students as well as the teachers. Sir. So now the challenges of human resource management in education. So the first one is poor working conditions. So the colleges that are not been developed, uh, poor working conditions is the basic factor through which teachers and students are not able to get the education that is being required for higher education. So the next one is problem of staffing. The problem of staffing is enormous. There are the problem of quality and quantity of the staff recruited by the education of our citizens. So the next one is current call for the use of ICT in education. So information communication technology provides the most expensive means of the rapid decimation of information and imparting knowledge, decentralization of the work, expansion of the workforce, the ICT becomes an expensive means of tools through which the facilitator, supervisor, and the guide of the classroom instructor. So, if the ICT can be a little less expensive, we can use it in development of the education sector. So now I am coming to the recommendation. Education should be made attractive by creating a conducive atmosphere for teachers. So more government attention is needed for the education sector through improved function of education as as the basic means of progress. So the third one is students and teachers should work together in improving the use of information communication technology in the field of education, in management education. So now I'll come to the conclusion of the paper presentation. The paper concludes that education in management remains a veritable means of human resource management and development related to students and teachers, which helps in nation building as a whole. Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You present your paper very nicely.
Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to request Dr. Madan Kumar sir. Dr. Madan Kumar sir. Please acknowledge sir. N. Gauri Priya Malla Reddy. Serial number 12. N. Gauri Priya Malla Reddy. Dr. Niyaz Ahmed. Dr. Niyaz Ahmed. Hina Kumari Rajesh Kumar Sinha. Hina Kumari Rajesh Kumar Sinha. Poonam Kumari. Poonam Kumari. Sanjeev Kumar. Dr. Vinod Sen.
Sir, hello sir, myself is Sneha Kumari. I would like to present my paper, sir.
Sneha Kumari.
Yes, sir, from Government PG College, Chhindwara.
What is your serial number, ma'am?
Sir, you called now 181.
No, you have to wait. I didn't call your name, ma'am. Please wait.
What, sir? Acha, I will have to wait.
Yeah, you have to wait.
Okay, sir.
Now, Sanjeev Kumar, Dr. Vinod Sant. Sanjeev Kumar, Dr. Vinod Sant. Ashwini Kumar, Professor Neeti Jain. Ashwini Kumar, Professor Neeti Jain. Ved Prakash, sir. Ved Prakash. Ved Prakash, sir. Sir, please unmute yourself and give your introduction and present your paper. Sir, you are requested to unmute yourself. Unmute. Your voice is not coming, sir. अपने को अनम्यूट करिए सर, वहां पे एक ऑप्शन होगा. सर, वेद प्रकाश सर, प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ.
स्क्रीन पे टच कीजिए, एक माइक्रोफोन आएगा, उस पे अनम्यूट कीजिए.
सर, यहाँ पे एक जैसे सिंबल देख रहे हैं आपका. हाँ, यस, ओके सर.
जी.
हाँ, हो गया.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Ved Prakash, किसान पीजी कॉलेज सिंभावली, डिस्ट्रिक्ट हापुड़, उत्तर प्रदेश. सभी को सम्मानित करते हुए मैं अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट करता हूं. माय टॉपिक ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, कारण और निवारण. समस्त खगोलीय पिंडों में एकमात्र पिंड पृथ्वी ग्रह, जहां लाखों करोड़ों वर्षों से जीवन मुस्कुरा रहा है, लेकिन आज मानव ही जीवन के विविध रूपों के पृथ्वी ग्रह को हानि
मैम के घर कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो गई है, वो नहीं आई है. तुम लोग
पृथ्वी पर जीवन के विभिन्न रूप एक दूसरे नाजुक संतुलन पर टिके हैं. एक ऐसा संतुलन जिसे में सभी जीव जंतु पेड़ पौधे मिलकर अपने अस्तित्व को बचाए रखते हैं, या फिर यूं कहिए कि ये एक दूसरे के अस्तित्व का सहारा है. लेकिन आज जब दुनिया विकास की अंधी दौड़ लगा रही है, जिससे पर्यावरण प्रदूषण की स्थिति गंभीर होती जा रही है, ऐसे में अनेक नाजुक संतुलन गड़बड़ा रहे हैं, जिसके कारण अनेक समस्याएं उत्पन्न हो रही हैं. ऐसी ही एक समस्या परिणाम स्वरूप ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की गंभीर समस्या उत्पन्न हुई है. ग्लोबल वार्मिंग का अर्थ है कि पृथ्वी लगातार गर्म होती जा रही है. ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की समस्या पर्यावरण और प्रदूषण पर उपस्थित समस्त जीव के साथ मानव के रहन सहन एवं सामाजिक व आर्थिक क्षेत्रों को भी प्रभावित कर रही है. ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की समस्या के लिए लगभग पिछले 150 वर्षों के दौरान की मानवीय गतिविधियों को जिम्मेदार माना जा रहा है. इस दौरान में मानव अधिकाधिक भौतिक सुविधाएं जुटाकर आरामदायक और वैभवशाली जिंदगी बिताने की इच्छा रखता है. आज के युग में मनुष्य दिन दिनों दिन नई नई तकनीकी विकसित कर रहा है। विकास के लिए मनुष्य कई तरह से प्रकृति के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहा है, जिस वजह से प्रकृति के संतुलन को बनाए रखने में बहुत मुश्किल हो रही है। इन सब के कारण धरती को कई समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ रहा है, जिनमें से ग्लोबल वार्मिंग एक बहुत ही गंभीर समस्या है। ग्लोबल वार्मिंग हमारे देश के लिए ही नहीं अपितु पूरे विश्व के लिए बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। सूरज की रोशनी को लगातार ग्रहण करते हुए हमारी पृथ्वी दिनों दिन गर्म होती जा रही है, जिससे वातावरण में कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का स्तर बढ़ रहा है। इस समस्या से न केवल मनुष्य बल्कि धरती पर अनेक आने वाले प्रत्येक प्राणी को नुकसान पहुंचा रहा है। जैसे जैसे पृथ्वी के तापमान में वृद्धि हुई, उष्णकटिबंधीय एवं शीतोष्ण कटिबंधीय क्षेत्र धीरे धीरे परिवर्तित होते चले गए एवं उनमें ज्यादा गर्म जल की प्रजातियां, कुछ ठंडे जल की प्रजातियां सम्मिलित हो गई। समुद्री जीव धीरे धीरे विश्व क्षेत्र से ठंडे क्षेत्रों की तरफ खिसक रहे हैं, जिसका परिणाम स्वरूप गर्म जल की प्रजातियां उन परंपरागत प्रजातियों का स्थान ले रही हैं। वैज्ञानिक अध्ययन बताते हैं कि परिवर्तित समुद्री तापमान में वृद्धि के कारण आज विकसित देश विकास के नए आयाम छूना चाहते हैं, तो विकासशील देश विकसित देश की बराबरी की होड़ में लगे हैं। यानी विकास और प्रगति की दौड़ में हर कोई आगे निकलना चाहता है, लेकिन ऐसा विकास प्रकृति के दोहन से संबंधित हर कोई आगे निकलना चाहता है, लेकिन ऐसा विकास प्रकृति के दोहन से संबंधित है। इसलिए विकास करने की चाह में प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का अंधाधुंध दोहन करना आम बात हो गई है, जिससे ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की स्थिति गंभीर होती जा रही है और वायुमंडल में हानिकारक गैसों की बढ़ती मात्रा और मिट्टी में मिलने जहरीले रासायनिक तत्व आदि ने पृथ्वी का ग्रह एवं अस्तित्व के लिए गंभीर चुनौती उत्पन्न की है। ग्लोबल वार्मिंग के कारण पारितंत्रों में होने वाले बदलावों में जीव एवं वनस्पतियों की प्रजातियां विलुप्त होने लगी हैं। मिट्टी में पोषक तत्व की कमी के कारण उपजाऊ भूमि में होती कमी ने खाद्यान्न संकट को उत्पन्न दिया है। वैज्ञानिकों का कहना है कि आने वाले दिनों में सूखा और बाढ़ की घटनाएं बढ़ेंगी और मौसम का मिजाज पूरी तरह बदल जाएगा। तापमान की इस वृद्धि से विश्व के सारे जीव जंतु पेड़ पौधों में इस तरह बदलाव आएगा कि उनकी आकृतियां बदल जाएंगी। पौधों की आकृतियों के साथ साथ ग्लेशियर, सागर, नदी, झील, तालाब और पर्वतों की आकृतियों में बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आएगा और सागर के आसपास के अनेक द्वीप और नगर सागर में विलीन हो जाएंगे। आज प्राकृतिक संसाधनों के दोहन को कम से कम करने के साथ पर्यावरण को संरक्षित रखते हुए दीर्घकालीन यानी सतत विकास की आवश्यकता है। पूरी दुनिया को वृक्षारोपण द्वारा पुनः हरा भरा बनाना होगा और जीवाश्म ईंधन के उपयोग में कमी लानी होगी और सौर ऊर्जा, पवन ऊर्जा का प्रयोग कर पृथ्वी और जीवन को ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की समस्या से बचाना होगा। थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू वेद प्रकाश सर, आपने ग्लोबल वार्मिंग के ऊपर बहुत अच्छे से पेपर प्रेजेंट किया।
जी जी,
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका।
थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू।
और इसी क्रम में आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं आई कॉल शशि प्रकाश शुक्ला। शशि प्रकाश शुक्ला, प्लीज कॉल सीरियल नंबर 19। शशि प्रकाश शुक्ला।
Sir, what's the name?
Now serial number 20, पुरुषोत्तम बालसव पवार। पुरुषोत्तम बालसव पवार। serial number 21, Sindao Asmeri Vedi। serial 22, आराधना। So 23, Anand. Anand Sugandhe. Anand sir. Dr. Deepsikha Pandey. Dr. Deepsikha Pandey, please acknowledge. Mr. Shruti Singh. Shruti Singh. Dr. Premchand Mahto. Dr. Premchand Mahto.
Sir, Fasil Ahmad is here.
Say again. Achha.
Fasil Ahmad.
Okay, I will call your name. Fasil Ahmad name has not. What is your serial number, sir?
I didn't get a number, sir.
Achha, wait.
Fasil Ahmad and Shanil C combined.
Okay, no problem.
Combined study.
Okay.
About first aid.
Are you ready to present your paper?
Yes, sir.
So first give your introduction.
Okay, just a minute. I will share a screen, sir.
Okay.
Sir, can you see?
Yes, you go ahead.
Sir, myself Shanil, one of the PhD scholar, me and my friend Fasila Ahmad has prepared this study about role and responsibilities of teachers in learners' first aid and emergencies. As we know, accidents and disasters can happen at any time and in any situation. Teachers are responsible for witnessing all the injuries, accidents, and other emergencies that take place in educational institutions. It is therefore essential that teachers be prepared to deal with such situations. Therefore, in teacher training centers, colleges, and other first aid awareness and emergency care are taught as subject. The main purpose of first aid is to save a life. However, it is very important for teachers to deal with such situations. And role and responsibilities of teacher in learners first aid and emergencies. In the case of students, the school atmosphere is very important and they must be made secure in such surroundings. 55% of students are studying in the schools are from standard 1 to 10. School aged children spend about 30% of their time in schools. In these settings, they are at a greater risk of injuries and medical emergencies. Timely administration of first aid in response to injuries and medical emergencies will help to reduce complications among children. And another one is common first aid emergency situations in schools and colleges are emergencies in the classrooms, in the laboratories, in the grounds from trauma and medical emergencies. Responsibilities of teachers in first aid emergencies to save a life or to prevent the injuries. First aid. First aid is the temporary and immediate treatment given to a person who is injured or is suddenly ill by using facilities or materials available at that time before regular medical help is imparted. Here are a few principles that teachers attempting to help out in an emergency must be aware of. Do not delay in calling for emergency help. Do not put yourself in danger. If you get hurt, you will not be helping anyone. Remember that you may make matters worse if you act too impulsively. First aid is provided to preserve life and to preserve the injury and deterioration for the condition, to promote faster recovery, to prevent complications and other things. And common emergency situations occurred among the students are fainting, fracture, wounds, bleeding, dislocation, sprain and strain, electric shock, burns, burns, different types of burns like that, first degree and second degree and third degree, drowning, accidents, poisoning, myocardial infarction, head injuries, choking, shock, epilepsy. And the basic life of support, for the basic principle of first aid is ABC. A means airway, B means breathing, and C for circulation. And you can see the pictorial representations of ABC. And next one is CPR, means cardiopulmonary resuscitation to prevent one's life when we met an heart attack or other serious things. We can use CPR. We are giving CPR. You can see the pictorial representations and the procedure. You can find out from the pictures. And it is different for adults, child and infant when giving the chest compressions and procedure of CPR. And first aid for common injuries are open exposed injuries, closed or unexposed injuries, abrasions, lacerations, incisions, and puncture, blisters. Closed injuries are contusions and bruises, sprain, strain, dislocation, and fractures. And we can see the price principle for the first aid. P means protection, R means rest, I means ice, C means compression, E means elevation, and these are the price principle of first aid. First aid and emergency care in various situations are burn, accidents, poisoning, and myocardial infarction, head injuries, epilepsy, like that. You can see the various situations we met for giving first aid for ice application, elevation, ice, and protection, compression. You can all the pictorial representations here, and you can see also the closed wounds pictorial representations here. And the projects to be implemented by teachers in education institution in every school should have adequate facilities with regard to first aid room, first aid kit, first aid service, emergency numbers. Mock situations related to first aid should be given to students to improve their knowledge. The important tool in the hands of a teacher in textbooks or textbook should incorporate first aid topics adequately. Special packages of first aid training should be developed. Every disaster necessitates first aid service or training of the public on first aid is acceptable. Hence, the program will be highly useful to students, teachers, and parents, and to the public. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You present your paper very nicely, and your
Okay.
PPT was also very nice. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to request Sasi Prakash Supla. Purushottam Balasov Pawar. Aradhana Bikai. Anand Suhande. Dr. Deep Sikha Pandey. Shruti Singh. Dr. Premchand Mehto. Dr. Premchand Mehto. Sweetie Kumari. Sweetie Kumari. Laljit Pachauri. Laljit Pachauri. Dr. Subhas Kumar Sharma. Dr. Subhas Kumar Sharma. Dr. Subhas Kumar Sharma. Ento Iranibu AR.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Sorry, I didn't pronounce
Actually,
your
my
name
name was
properly.
Anto
So
Irayan, sir.
please give your introduction and start your presentation, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. It's my intense pleasure to have a paper presentation with you. I like to thank everyone who has given me this opportunity to present the paper over here. Just a minute, let me share my screen sharing mode. Sir, can you see my screen sharing,
Yes.
sir?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. It's my study on poverty and its impacts in Tamil Nadu by A.R. Antarinbu, first year BA LLB Hon students at the School of Law, Simmat, Chennai. So I have analyzed what are the various causes of poverty, the reasons, the implementations, the reduction of the poverty over there. So Tamil Nadu has the fourth lowest poverty rate among the states with 4.89% of poverty rate. In India, 86.8% million people are in poverty line, and to reduce the poverty line, government has taken various steps to reduce the poverty. For example, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Acts, provisional employment programs have been enacted to reduce the poverty over there. So my main objective of this research paper is to analyze causes of poverty in Tamil Nadu, analyze the steps to reduce the poverty, and people's opinion about the poverty elevation in the society. And I have collected the sampling of 200 data, primary data, and I have used the convenient sampling method. This data were collected from the various parts of Tamil Nadu, various peoples, those who have been educated, illiterate, students, scholars, everyone. And the names such as age, gender, the opinion about their opinion about poverty, their analysis, their views of poverty, and the graphical methods were used for this presentation. And the main objective is to how to reduce the poverty line. Even though the Tamil Nadu is in the fourth position, lowest fourth position, how to reduce that fourth position to the till no poverty line or eradication of the poverty. So I have asked the question, best way to reduce the poverty, and majorly the below the age of 20 has responded more because they are in the schooling education and in the starting period of the college. They have the very good observation skills. They are getting educated nowadays. So they are eager to eliminate the poverty line over there. So the main, about 54.08% has said that increasing their employment would be the best way to reduce the poverty. Over the senior citizens 50 and above, they have said that increasing the education rate would be the best way to reduce the poverty. While the age of 21 to 35, they have said that eliminating the inequality would be the main reason for eradicating the poverty over there. So from this, it is evident that 54.8% of the people has said that increasing the employment and increasing the education rate would be the main reason for the reducing the poverty. So I can suggest that population control, increasing employment, equal distribution of income, regional poverty, problem of distribution, fulfillment of needs and poor, increasing the productivity of the poor will be the main suggestions for me. So that if the government takes all these steps over there, we can reduce the fourth position to the first position of reduction in the poverty over there. So it's not only about the government support, it's ours, it's the work of everyone citizens of India, even though to reduce the poverty line. So from my paper, I have inference that it's the citizen of the everyone citizen, and from the graph it is inference that increasing the employment rate and increase the education rate would be the only way to reduce the poverty over there. That's all. I concluded that I have interpreted that increasing the education rate and increasing the employment would be the best way to reduce the poverty, sir. I like to thank everyone who are supporting me to do this research paper and give the main platform for presenting my research paper, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
Your paper was a very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to request S. Lokesh. Please unmute, sir. Lokesh ji, please unmute yourself. Please speak.
Very good afternoon
First
to
give your
everyone.
introduction, then you present your paper.
Yes, sir. Very good afternoon to everyone. I am Lokesh, BBLLB, UG first year from Savita School of Law, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. It's my great pleasure to introduce about my research on a study on public awareness about food and lifestyle. Sir, can I share the screen? Sir, my screen is visible?
No. Your screen is not visible, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
No problem. You can present without PPT. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Good.
so in this research, so we are going to discuss about the objectives, methodology, graph and analysis, questions, and then conclusion. So first of all, the study of public awareness about food and lifestyle. Here, this study aimed about the explore about awareness about public towards a living and healthy lifestyle, and it focused on food intake, which exercising the social life. And this study used the approach to collect the data, involved 223 participants. So this study found the people aware about the importance of participating in a healthy lifestyle. So here my objectives are to know the relationship of food which is linked with colon cancer, and to find the association between public distribution system is helping to reduce malnutrition and the education, to understand about about to prefer food for what food to prepare for a good healthy lifestyle and the age, and to analyze tobacco is the main causes for cancer death. So my methodology I used here, like I collected 223 responses. It is a convenient sampling, and it is collected from Tamil Nadu with comparing with age, gender, with the awareness of food lifestyle, and some of the statistical methods I used, that is SPSS, and then graph and analysis. So here it is all about the age. I compared with the age. The question is, what type of food do you prefer to have a good lifestyle? Here, in the age 31 to 40 years of people, they have discussed about, no, we are likely to say the packaged food. So packaged food is helpful to prefer a good lifestyle they are made at. And then for the next thing, the what kind of foods do you think it is linked with the colon cancer? So these here the colon cancer I have compared with the age. Here the age 31 to 40 years of people, they told that 61 percentage of people has told that it proceed with the meats. So when proceeding with with meats, so we causes like colon cancer. So some of meats is not good to eat. Whether it can be dismissed within the 3 days or 4 days. So it spoiled the entire life of a human. So and then this colon cancer, here it is also like colorectal cancer starts in the colon or the rectum. So these cancers can also be called a colon cancer or rectal cancer. It depends where they start. So colon cancer and rectal cancer are often grouped together because they have many features in commonly. So cancer starts when cells in body start to grow out of a control. So when eating junk foods or when eating the meats, the spoiled meats and all, it causes a very dangerous thing for the humans. So it also causes colon cancer. And then this public distribution system is helping to reduce the malnutrition. So in the comparing of education, the PG students PG students has given their answer is yes. So this, with the help of this public distribution system, a malnutrition as reducing. So and then this public distribution system, it is all about the food security system which is established under Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. So this PDS evolved a system of management of scarcity through the distribution of food grains at affordable prices. And then it was introduced around the World War II as a wartime retaining the measure before the 1960s. So this distribution through PDS was generally dependent on imports of food grains. And then this how PDS, that means how the public distribution system functions. How it functions means the central and state governments share responsibilities in order to provide a good food grains to the identified beneficiaries. And the center process food grains from farmers at a minimum support price (MSP) and sells it to states at central issue prices. So it has a responsible for transporting the grains to governments in each state. So importance of PDS, that is, it helps to ensuring food and nutritional security of the nation, and it has helped in stabilizing food prices and making food available to the poor and affordable prices. So it maintains the buffer stock of food grains. It has a warehouse, so that flow of food remain active during the period of less agriculture food production. And do you think tobacco is the main causes of cancer deaths around the world? So here I compared with the age. So the age 58.6 percentage of people, they are given answer that yes, because of this tobacco, the main causes, the death has been increasing day by day. Because of this tobacco, we are getting a bad nutritional food or a bad nutritional health lifestyle. And suggestions for this I am giving like uh, just eat a variety of vegetables like dark green, red and orange vegetables like or three or more days. So day by day we can include any one of good vegetables and then variety of fruits. So this can improve our nutrition and the and a good lifestyle. And also, so drink fat free or low fat milk and eat low fat dairy products. So use vegetable oils like olive or canola oil. So instead of a solid fats. So it reduces the daily intake of salt or sodium. And conclusion of this is this aimed about a raise awareness about public towards food and healthy lifestyle. So according to survey, so 47.8 percentage of females say it is a lack of food will be reason for malnutrition. 56.5 percentage of females says it is a financial issues will be a reason for malnutrition, and 50.6 percentage of females says it's a lack of government support will be a reason for malnutrition. And then 52.2% of males says it is a lack of food reason for malnutrition. And then last thing, that is 49.4% it's a lack of government support, which people are discussed. Thank you for giving this great opportunity. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. You present paper very nicely, and you covered all the things in your PPT. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to request Devraj Verma, Dr. Gajraj Singh. Devraj Verma, Dr. Gajraj Singh Ahirwal. Manpreet Sarna. MS R. Bimla. Dr. Nisa Kevalia.
Yes, sir, I am here. Can I am audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Please give your introduction and present your paper, ma'am.
Sorry, sir.
Please start your paper with introduction, ma'am. First give your introduction, then start your paper.
Okay, sure, sir.
Ma'am, unmute yourself, then speak.
Okay, sir. This is Dr. Nisha Kevalia, Principal, Motilal Nehru Law College, Khandwa. मैंने एजुकेशन के ऊपर सर एक किताब भी लिखा है, काफी समय हो गया, 14 में लिखा था, थोड़ा उसे अपडेट किया है। तो अभी आपके सेमिनार का विषय काफी अच्छा है और मेरे उस रिसर्च 2 पेपर इस पर पब्लिश भी हुआ पहले, उससे कहीं मिलता जुलता भी है। तो मुझे इसमें बहुत अवसर दिखाई दिए और मैं इसमें संक्षिप्त में अपनी बात कहना चाहूंगी क्योंकि पेपर थोड़ा सा बड़ा हो गया है, तो समय की मर्यादा का ध्यान रखते हुए मेरे पेपर का टाइटल है शिक्षा एवं विकास भारत के विशेष संदर्भ में। तो शिक्षा के संदर्भ में कहा गया है कि अगर शिक्षा नहीं है तो विकास भी नहीं है। किसी भी राष्ट्र के विकास की गति उसके नागरिकों के बीच शिक्षा के प्रसार से होती है। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी का यह कथन था जो आज भी प्रासंगिक है। 21वीं सदी में ज्ञान के विस्फोट का जो सैलाब आया उससे सारा विश्व सारोबार है। औद्योगिक क्रांति के आटे, जो चतुर्थ क्रांति हम कह सकते हैं इसको, हमारे दरवाजे पर है। साम्यता विकास का अभिप्राय आर्थिक तरक्की से है, मगर समय के साथ साथ विकास के पैमाने बदलते रहे, उनकी चर्चा का केंद्र बिंदु बदलता रहा। आर्थिक विकास से हरित विकास और अब सतत विकास। एक तरफ महात्मा गांधी जी का है नैतिक मूल्यों के ऊपर और धार्मिकता का मेल करते हुए विकास, दूसरी ओर अमर्त्य सेन कहते हैं सच्चा विकास मनुष्य का अपनी अंतर्निहित क्षमताओं को विकसित करने की स्वतंत्रता से। हम किसी भी तरह के विकास की बात कर ले, शिक्षा हमेशा उसका महत्वपूर्ण अंग रहा है। मानव को अधिक परिपक्व, खुशहाल और समझदार बनाने में शिक्षा हर युग में प्रभावी रही। यह लोगों को उत्पादकता और रचनात्मकता को बढ़ाती है, जिससे एक क्रियाशील मानव संसाधन का निर्माण होता है जो देश को सर्वांगीण विकास की ओर अग्रसर करता है। अगर आकलन के मुताबिक हम बात करें तो औसत स्कूल शिक्षा में 1% तक की वृद्धि आर्थिक वृद्धि को 6 से 15% तक बढ़ा सकती है। भारतवर्ष पुरातन काल से ज्ञान का केंद्र रहा। तक्षशिला, नालंदा और विक्रमशिला अपनी पूरी गरिमा में विश्व के मनुष्यों को आकर्षित करते थे। भारतीय इतिहास तब अपने स्वर्णकालिक दौर से गुजर रहा था। उपनिषद के ऋषि लोगों का अचंभित कर देने वाला प्रश्नों का जवाब सहजता से दे रहे थे। भारतीय गणितज्ञ शून्य के महिमा को आत्मसात कर रहे थे। भारतीय खगोलविद सूर्य और उसके ग्रहों के बीच संबंध स्थापित कर रहे थे, उनके बीच की दूरियों को नाप रहे थे। भारतीय चिकित्सक आयुर्वेद को जीवन संजीवनी बनाने के लिए तत्पर थे। शल्य चिकित्सा जैसे अभिनव प्रयोगों को पूरी संजीदगी से अंजाम दिया जा रहा था। जब वैदिक ऋषियों ने आनो भद्रारो क्रतवो यंतु विश्वतः की घोषणा करी, चारों तरफ से शिक्षा और ज्ञान को आमंत्रित किया, तब भारत एक उन्नत सभ्यता रूपी नक्षत्र की तरह विश्व के पटल पर अपनी आभा को बिखेर रहा था, जिसका तेज सदियों तक विद्यमान रहा। भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था अपने चरम पर थी। आपको ज्ञात हो कि गुप्त काल में भी अगर हम बात करें तो हम स्वर्ण युग की बात करते हैं, और स्वर्ण युग का तात्पर्य हर तरह के चहुमुखी विकास से रहा है। विश्व बाजार में भारतीय वस्तुओं की मांग बहुतायत थी। भारत एक समृद्धशाली देश था। 1853 में एक घटना घटती है। विदेशी आक्रांताओं द्वारा भारतीय संस्कृति का लालित्य विकृत किया जाता है। विद्यापीठ नालंदा को जला दिया जाता है। हजारों वर्ष की तपस्या, जिज्ञासा और पांडित्य को अग्नि के हवाले कर दिया जाता है। बाहरी आक्रमण हमारे ज्ञान और संस्कृति को झकझोर देते हैं। सभ्यता की गति मंद पड़ जाती है। भारतीय जिजीविषा सहम जाती है। कई सदियों तक खुद को दुनिया से अलग करके स्वयं में सिमट जाती है। ये वो दौर रहा जब हम औपनिवेश के रूप में पहचान बना रहे थे। लेकिन यहीं पे फिर से शिक्षा ने हमें जागृत किया और विश्व गुरु कहे जाने वाला भारत दुनिया के गरीब देशों की सूची से फिर से बाहर आने के लिए प्रयासरत हो गया। ईश्वरचंद्र विद्यासागर, राजा राम मोहन राय, दयानंद सरस्वती, स्वामी विवेकानंद जैसे लोगों ने भारतीय सुप्त चेतना को फिर से जागृत किया। विलियम जोन्स की एशियाटिक सोसाइटी, कलकत्ता का फोर्ट विलियम्स कॉलेज, मेयो कॉलेज, मुंबई, कलकत्ता और मद्रास विश्वविद्यालय ज्ञान विज्ञान के नए केंद्रों में स्थापित हुए। जहां एक तरफ टाटा जैसे लोगों ने इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस की स्थापना की, वहीं दूसरी ओर पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय ने बनारस हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय की नींव रखी। भारतीय जिजीविषा फिर से करवटें लेने लगी। एक बार फिर से जगदीश चंद्र बोस, एस.सी. बोस, सी.वी. रमन जैसे विज्ञानी, रामानुजम जैसे गणितज्ञ विश्व पटल पर चमकने लगे। एक लंबे आंदोलन के बाद भारत स्वतंत्र होता है। औद्योगिकी और प्रबंधन के नए विश्व स्तरीय केंद्र शुरू किए जाते हैं। भारतीय प्रतिभाएं फिर से विश्व में अपना लोहा मनवाती है। अमेरिका की कैलिफोर्निया की पूरी सिलिकॉन सिटी, जिसको आप सिलिकॉन वैली के नाम से जानते हैं, भारतीयों से भर जाती है। गूगल, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट जैसी कंपनियों के सीईओ आज भारत की पहचान को विश्व के पटल पे तेजी से आगे बढ़ाते हैं। अर्थव्यवस्था फिर से बढ़ती जाती है। स्वतंत्रता प्राप्ति के 70 वर्षों में साक्षरता की दर 5 गुना से भी ज्यादा बढ़ी है। वहीं भारतीयों की आय में 21 गुना तक का इजाफा हुआ है। कोई भी राष्ट्र बिना मानवीय पूंजी के निवेश के निरंतर विकास नहीं कर सकता है। मानव पूंजी को तैयार करने का सबसे प्रभावकारी रसायन जो है वो शिक्षा है। प्रति व्यक्ति उत्पादकता बढ़ाने में शिक्षा का योगदान 1948 से 49 और 68 से 69 तक लगभग 14% के आसपास था, जो बाद में 35 तक हो गया। और वर्तमान में अगर हम इसकी बात करें तो ये साल दर साल दुगना होता चला जा रहा है। मिडिल क्लास के बढ़ने से एक और हमारे सामने जो प्रमुख परिवर्तन आया, जो विकास का मुख्य आधार बना, जिसका जैसा कि अर्थशास्त्री सुरजीत सिंह भल्ला ने भी किया था। शिक्षा के कारण मिडिल क्लास की संख्या बढ़ गई है और मिडिल क्लास ने आत्मनिर्भर भारत की ओर अपने कदम रखे। और मिडिल क्लास की वृद्धि हमें गरीबी से बाहर निकालने की ओर प्रेरित करती है। हम विकासशील राष्ट्रों की सूची में शामिल हैं और संभावना है शीघ्र ही विकसित राष्ट्रों की सूची में शामिल होने की प्रयास करें। शिक्षा ने महिलाओं की स्थिति में भी अभूतपूर्व परिवर्तन किए। सबसे बड़ा जो काम किया, शिक्षा अगर महिला को दी जा रही है तो उसने जनसंख्या को नियंत्रित किया। शिक्षित महिलाएं और लिंग असमान, ये एक बड़ी उपलब्धि रही है जिसने शिक्षा के महत्व को हमारे सामने रखा है। लिंग में असमानता हमारे यहाँ निरंतर कम होती जा रही है। भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था में प्लस 150 बिलियन का इजाफा किया गया है। वैश्वीकरण, संचार और सूचना क्रांति के योग ने न केवल उत्पादन की संरचना को प्रभावित किया है, बल्कि उत्पादन में सम्मिलित कारकों के सापेक्ष महत्व को भी प्रभावित किया है। आज विकास का प्रमुख चालक एक ऐसा कार्यबल है जो केवल जानता ही नहीं बल्कि वैश्विक प्रतिस्पर्धा में अग्रणी बनाने के लिए जरूरी विश्लेषण और निर्णय लेने की क्षमता से युक्त अच्छे और प्रशिक्षित मानव संसाधन को हमें दे रहा है। एक ज्ञान आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था की जरूरत न केवल कार्यबल में उच्चतम कौशल की है, बल्कि मांग के अनुरूप उसे अद्यतन बनाए रखने की भी है। प्रधानमंत्री जी से मैं सहमत हूँ इस चीज के लिए कि गरीबी को और भूखमरी को समाप्त करने का एकमात्र तरीका ज्ञान है। इस ज्ञान आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था का समुचित उपयोग करने के लिए क्षमता एक सशक्त, व्यापक, प्रगतिशील और समावेशी शिक्षा के व्यवस्था से ही सुलभ होगी। सर्वसुलभता, समानता, गुणवत्ता, दक्षता भारतीय शिक्षा की व्यवस्था के प्रमुख घटक होने चाहिए। देश को ज्ञान आधारित शिक्षा व्यवस्था के लिए तैयार करना भारत सरकार का प्रथम और प्रमुख सोपान होना चाहिए। प्रधानमंत्री कौशल योजना, राष्ट्रीय आविष्कार अभियान, आपका मेक इन इंडिया, स्टार्टअप इंडिया और इकोसिस्टम के ऊपर जोर देना, इसी और हमें अपने आगे बढ़ाने के उद्देश्य को इंगित करते हैं। सांस्कृतिक द्वीप के रूप में भी अगर हम बात करें तो हम 130 करोड़ लोगों के देश में युवाओं की क्षमता लगभग 70% है। इतनी क्षमता से युक्त शक्ति संभवतः किसी और राष्ट्र के पास नहीं है। इनका ओज, इनकी जिजीविषा, इनकी शोध क्षमता, इनकी उद्यमशीलता का संयोग ही 21वीं सदी का करिश्मा दिखा जा सकता है, जो नए भारत का निर्माण करेगा और हमें विश्व से परिचित करवाएगा। इसमें सबसे ज्यादा संभावना हमारे सामने जो जगाई जा रही है वो जगाई हमारी नवीन शिक्षा नीति। जी बस सर, ये कुछ सेकंड
जनमोहन।
मैम क्षमा चाहता हूँ मैम, थैंक यू, टाइम आपका हो गया है। और इसी
सर।
बीच हमारे बीच सर जुड़ चुके हैं, प्रोफेसर बी चंद्रमोहन सर फ्रॉम इंडियन इकोनॉमिक एसोसिएशन। सर आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करते हैं सर। और हम चाहते हैं
गुड आफ्टरनून
कि
सर।
आप हम लोगों को इनलाइटन करें अपने स्पीच से सर।
When should I present, sir? When should I?
Yes, sir. Please start your speech, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and I'm very happy to be associated with the Radiant Group of Institutions, Jabalpur. And in the past also, I have participated in one of the important conference of your association or your organization. And I am very happy to present some of my views related to the topic, that is multidisciplinary research and educational employment and entrepreneurial development. So I think you know the importance of education. There is a linkage between education, employment, and entrepreneurship. The initial thing is the education. Education is very important. Education is not only the learning that we have get from the classrooms, but also the experience they come across. That will help us to get employment, because once degrees are able to give us employment, now not only degrees, but they will also check your understanding in the particular aspect. So employment is very much related to the education that you receive. And education, after getting education, people can link with, or they can move on two ways. One, to get self-employment. The other way is to get a wage employment or salaried employment. So these are these two types of employment we receive after our education. Now the topic that has given for today is multidisciplinary research. Multidisciplinary research means issues are not independent, issues are interconnected. When the issues are interconnected, we need to know, we have to conduct the research on an interdisciplinary basis. For example, in social sciences, basically we link our problems with the psychology. We link our problems with the sociology, because we are living in a community, and we are our life is based on some unwritten rules and regulations. On that basis, we lead a life. So now I would like to give 2 or 3 important points related to the multidisciplinary research. Research is nothing but a voyage, and we always try to find something new. We will also try to find something additional knowledge to the existing knowledge. So it should be a true, that means this knowledge should not be known to the past, or should not be there in the already existing knowledge. So research is something vital and new, and we have to conduct the research. So now I will discuss something related to the interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary research. So nowadays we are not only requiring multidisciplinary research, because the issue, if you deal with a single subject, you will come to know only one facet of the problem. One facet of the problem will not give a solution or an optimal solution. So we have to encourage the multidisciplinary research. For example, I take an issue related to the economics, where nowadays a large number of knowledge additions that have come up. For example, experimental economics, behavioral economics, and all these are mostly related to the psychology subject, because we are dealing with human beings. All human beings may not be alike. Each one is different in their own respect. So we need to know some general characteristics of the human being while they have a particular trait. So now I would like to give you that. Let me take the behavioral economics. For example, if you want to correct something, or if you want to get something, some change in the society, not necessary that we should follow a kind of giving punishment or giving some incentives. All these involve monetary commitments. So the better thing is now people came with a new idea called behavioral economics, where we have to adjudicate the nudge. Nudge means we have to inform our subject about the importance or the significance of their behavior in conducting a particular aspect. For example, we used to consume electricity inefficiently. We used to consume water inefficiently. So we can inform them about the importance of productivity of the water or efficient use of the water. And these are, we call it as the demand side management. Demand side management means we are controlling the demand in order to conserve a particular resource, whether it is electricity or water. So there we can give some nudges. We can give some nudges in the sense that we can educate the respondent about the significance of the efficient use of electricity, or also we can inform the respondents about the productive use of water. So now we can understand that agriculturist practice, if they are having abundant water, they will use water inefficiently. So water is the basis of life. Water is also an important resource. And we are going to face the problem of water scarcity because last week I was in New Delhi. I felt the importance of this summer with a heavy, with a high temperature. Temperature increase. In Ashokdam, it was about 47 last week, some 3 to 4 days before. So this problem, this increase in temperature will automatically increase the demand for water for various end users. So we can, the government or the research organizations can inform the households or the individuals about the water productivity. That means 1 unit of water should give more use. Again, in the case of electricity during the summer, because in the households we use electricity for indoor comfort. Once upon a time, air conditioner was a luxury item. Now in the house, we can find that 2 or 3 air conditioners are using. So all these will demand heavy electricity or huge amount of electricity during the summer. But when you look at the supply side, you can understand the utility companies or the electricity producing companies cannot increase the production because they have an installed capacity. So we have to adjust this demand with that of the supply. For that, what should we do? We have to use the electricity efficiently. How can you use the electricity efficiently? For example, sometimes you may forget to switch off the electricity points, and also you can have a kind of behavior that 2 or more people can stay in a single room, and thereby you can avoid excess use of electricity. And also when you use the refrigerator, instead of opening the refrigerator many times, you can control the use of the refrigerator with 4 or 5 times opening. So all these information we can pass it on to our respondents, so they will change their behavior. They will change the behavior. Ultimately, efficient use of electricity will be beneficial to the household because they can save the electricity fees. And at the point of view of the state, the government can reduce the consumption of electricity. So all these happening because of the ideas given by the researchers. You will get new ideas only when you conduct the research, multidisciplinary research, because you can analyze a single problem from different angles. So multidisciplinary research is the order of the day. I leave alone that. Now I will come to the education and employment. I mentioned at the beginning itself that education and employment are interconnected. If you have a higher education, there is a prospect of getting better job. And again, some people are not happy with getting a job. They would like to become an entrepreneur because they believe in their idea. They have the confidence that they can sell their idea in the market, and thereby they can accumulate higher income. They can also employ more people. They can, instead of become the job seeker, they can provide the job to many. So entrepreneur is the order of the day. You can also know that nowadays in the even during the COVID period, we have many unicorns, and we have encouraging the entrepreneurship. So one side we have the education. Education will give you the employment. When you are confident of having some ideas, and if you are able to sell the ideas in the market, you are becoming an entrepreneur. Nowadays, various facilities are available to them to have a startup. Many agencies are coming forward to give them loans and also give them idea, and also they will help. People are there, organizations are there to help their marketing. So entrepreneurship is very important. Now I would like to focus on an important and an unnoticed side of the women entrepreneurship. And women, when you look at the education, employment, and the entrepreneurship, less number of women are participating. But our policy planners are saying that if you give equal importance to women in education and employment, naturally our economic growth will increase by 1.5% more than what we are getting today. So women education, women employment, and women entrepreneurship is an issue of the present. But women, they have improved a lot, but this improvement is not sufficient. Then I can focus some of the gender gaps in education. Though the enrollment at the primary stage, or though the literacy rate increased, the gender gap between the literacy rate of the male and female are different. Still, women are far below the literacy rate of the male. And when you go up higher in the education, actually the literacy gap is increasing. When at the higher education, less number of women are participating when compared to the male. Now I come to the entrepreneurship. I can give you various examples, various types of women entrepreneurship. For example, a flower vendor in a platform selling flower or in front of a temple, she is also an entrepreneur because she is investing money and conducting the business and getting some profit at the end of the day. She is also an entrepreneur. And also there are other kinds of entrepreneurs. For example, some small scale industries like our cottage industry or handloom industry. So they are participating and they are earning an income. Then the woman entrepreneurship is important, but their participation is less when compared to the male. What shall we do? So there are various policies adopted by the government encouraging women entrepreneurship. And what we need is we have to understand the problems of women in carrying out the entrepreneurial business. Because one of the important problem of women is the problem of work-life balance. They have to take the responsibility at the home as well as they have to conduct the business. So there is some disequilibrium or imbalance between having a life at home and a life at the work site. Again, this is the case because woman as a mother, your father can be there in the office, sometimes forgetting about their home or family, but at the same time, your mother cannot forget because she will always think about the children, whether they are taking food or not, who is providing them the food, that food is adequate or not, then again, whether my children are learning or not, are they going to the school? So all these things will disturb the female more than that of the male. So why I'm saying is women are more committed and they are responsible to many of the household work. Not only taking care of the family, they have to cook food, they have to take care of the different needs of the home, they have to sometimes wash the clothes even using the washing machine, and they have a lot of responsibility. At the work site itself, women are not paid equal when compared to the male for the same job. So women are underpaid. And again, I will tell you, most of the women are engaged in the informal sector. Informal sector means what? their job is not secure, and they are not getting a definite wage, their higher wage. So these are the issues related to what? Related to women. Again, women entrepreneurship, again, they require empowerment. What is meant by empowerment? They are weak, they are less power, so we have to empower them. And again, in many households, I found that even husband and wife, both they work at the home and they leave for the job. And for sometimes, husband used to take her to her office and leave her there and then leave for his own office. So cooperation is there. If there is less understanding, I think the woman will be facing the issue more when compared to the men. So the issue that I would like to discuss is that the women are important. They face many problems. So the society should understand the problems better. Not only the society, but also the governments. Women entrepreneurship, women education, women employment, and women entrepreneurship are very important for our economic growth. So we should give equal opportunities for women in the case of education, employment, and also in entrepreneurship. You can give training to the women. For example, some of the microfinance schemes I learned as a researcher, when I meet them, they have a particular business, and that business is being taught scientifically by some agencies outside. Thereby, each woman in the group will be getting some practice, some additional information. That information is useful for them to produce a better product, and also they can sell the product at a higher price in the market. So these are the issues that we have to discuss. And I hope that this Radiant group of institution is conducting an important and very important in the sense that it is economically significant. So this issue, what is the role of the researchers in dealing with this issue? The researchers can identify some unidentified or unnoticed issues related to the job, issues related to the education, and issues related to the entrepreneurship, and we would like to connect all the three. Thereby, the happiness or the human development indicator of these women will go up. Again, in terms of human development indicator, gender development index is there. That index is taken because of the main reason that women needs adequate protection, because as I told you earlier, they are weak, so we need to empower them. How can we empower them? Again, taking decisions in the household. For example, in some of the traditional households, I can find that women are not considered for taking any decision, but they have to face the problem as a result of taking a bad decision. So, if woman is empowered, means she should be consulted with in which school their children should be educated, and where they have to find a better job, and all these things they have to discuss with the woman folk in the household. Then that will be a cooperative institution. So the human development indicators are because the body mass index of women are less when compared to any modern societies of the world. And again, stunting is a problem, malnutrition is a problem, anemic is a problem. So all issues are very important in dealing with. So in this particular multidisciplinary research-oriented topic of education, employment, and empowerment, we should also consider the importance of women in getting their education, in getting their employment, also in getting their entrepreneurship. If we provide them a better chance, naturally, not only the household's income will go up, also the economic growth will be brighter and better in the future. So I think because I am engaged in some activities, so since sir, Praveen sir, sir informed me, so I, with a short period of time, I prepared myself, and I am ready. If you ask some questions related to this topic, I may be able to give some answer. So if you have anything, I am ready to answer. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. Professor B. P. Chandra Mohan, sir, General Secretary, Indian Economic Association. We are very thankful to you that you spare your precious time, and we are waiting since morning that we want to be privileged and enlightened with your speech, and you covered each and everything. Whatever we discussed in paper presentation, you have given us that the researcher how they can get the new topics related to education, employment, and entrepreneurship. You concluded that how we can empower the women, and that what are the problem in the education system as well as in the employment. As we know that there is a lot of problem post COVID, and India is trying to overcome these issues, and whole world is facing the same issues. We are very thankful to you that you have
Thank you, sir. Thank
enlightened
you
us, sir.
for giving me this
Thank you.
opportunity. Even thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. अब पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन के सेशन में आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंट को कॉल करूंगा, डॉक्टर के गीतिका। विजेता सीनियर 41 विजेता शंकर लाल पटेल।
सर विजेता।
हाँ विजेता मैम, प्लीज गिव योर इंट्रोडक्शन एंड प्रेजेंट योर पेपर।
ओके ओके, थैंक यू सर।
प्रवीण सर, प्रोफेसर
जी
रवींद्र
सर।
ब्रह्मे सर भी जुड़े हुए हैं, प्रोफेसर रवींद्र ब्रह्मे सर।
ओके ओके, थैंक यू सर। मैम क्षमा चाहता हूँ विजेता सरलिया मैम, आपको हम इसके बाद में सुनेंगे। और हमारे लिए बड़े सौभाग्य का विषय है कि हमारे बीच में डॉक्टर ब्रह्मे सर जुड़ चुके हैं। सर, यू आर काइंडली रिक्वेस्टेड टू इनलाइटन अस विद योर स्पीच सर। हम सुबह से ही आपको इंतजार कर रहे थे। डॉक्टर ब्रह्मे सर, आप अपना स्पीच के माध्यम से हम लोग को इनलाइटन करें सर, हम लोग का ज्ञानवर्धन करें सर। डॉक्टर ब्रह्मे सर। डॉक्टर रविंद्र ब्रह्मे सर का मैं हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं और सर से आग्रह करता हूं कि आप अपने प्रस्तुति से हम सभी लोगों का मार्गदर्शन करें और ज्ञानवर्धन करें। डॉक्टर रविंद्र ब्रह्मे सर।
Sir, good afternoon. Actually, Professor Ravindra Brahme has not yet joined, and we had made a joint paper, and in his behalf, I'm going to present the paper. If you permit me, I'll proceed.
Yeah, you okay, sure. Pragati, ma'am, Pragati,
Yeah,
ma'am,
Pragati. I'm Pragati Krishnan from School of Studies in Economics, Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University.
Okay, ma'am. You please give your introduction and start your paper presentation, and followed by thereafter Vijeta Saleria ma'am will present after you, ma'am. Now
Okay,
Pragati
thank you
Krishnan
so
ma'am
much,
is
sir.
requested to present paper.
Thank you so much, sir. Very good afternoon to you and all other participants in this international conference. I'm Pragati Krishnan, and along with Professor Ravindra Brahme, we had done study on women empowerment in rural Chhattisgarh, and I'm just going to share my screen. Sir, is my screen visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
So now it's visible?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, yeah, okay, thank you so much. So the topic is a study on women empowerment in rural Chhattisgarh. So I would like to start with an introduction. When we talk about empowerment, it is described as a process which helps to assert their control over the factors which affect the lives of the human being. And particularly when we talk about empowerment of women, it means developing the women as more aware individuals who are politically active, economically productive and independent, and they're able to make intelligent discussions in matters that affect them. Now, women empowerment is basically a concept which was introduced at the International Women Conference in 1985 at Nairobi, which defined women empowerment as redistribution of social power and control of resources. When we move into the comprehensive definition of women empowerment, United Fund for Women includes some of the following factors in its definition of empowerment, which says women empowerment means acquiring knowledge and understanding of gender relations and the way in which these relations may be changed. Further, developing a sense of self-worth, a belief in one's ability to secure desired changes, and the right to control one's life. So keeping these things in mind, the next is the dimensions of women empowerment. So the first dimension is the cognitive dimension, which includes making choices that may go against the cultural expectations and norms of a woman. The next is the psychological dimension, which includes the belief that women can act at personal and social levels to improve their individual realities and the society in which they live. The next is economical dimension, which requires that women have the access to and control over productive resources, thus ensuring some degree of financial autonomy. Under the political dimension, we entails that women have the capability to analyze, organize, and mobilize for social changes. And last but not the least, the physical dimension includes gaining control over one's body and sexuality and the ability to protect oneself against sexual violence to the empowerment processes. So keeping these dimensions in mind, the broad objectives of the study are to know the participation of rural women of Chhattisgarh in decision making. Secondly, to find out the extent of women empowerment in rural Chhattisgarh, and at last, to recommend measures for future implications. This is the whole methodology of the study. The study is basically a pilot survey and it is descriptive in nature. We had taken 2 districts of Chhattisgarh. One is the aspirational district, and from each district we had taken 1 block, and from each block 2 villages were taken on the basis. Selection of the districts has been taken on the basis of stratified random sampling, and the selection of the is based on the random sampling technique. So all over 80 rural women were taken, and they were from the Anganwadi workers and the Panchayat members. And the data has been analyzed using the SPSS version, and Women Empowerment Index has also been formed. So to find out the extent of women empowerment in decision making, the Women Empowerment Index has been constructed using 4 broad dimensions with 7 indicators. The first dimension is the Personal Autonomy Index. Under this, there are 2 indicators. The first is women's decision regarding her own health, and the second is women's decision regarding visit to her family and relatives. The second dimension is Economic Decision Making Index, which includes women's decision regarding her earnings. The third is Households Decision Making Index. Under this, we are having the indicator of women's decision regarding children. And the last is Political Autonomy Index. In this, we are having the indicators of political participation, exercising voting rights, and social participation. So the dimension index has been formed on the basis of Human Development Index under UNDP's 2005 methodology, where we have given the minimum and the maximum values to the performance indicators, and the maximum value we had given is 1 and the minimum value is 0. So the empowerment index is then computed using the simple average of the 4 indices. And the formula is we had taken 1/3 of personal autonomy index plus 1/3 of economic decision making index plus 1/3 of household decision making, and at last 1/3 of political autonomy index. So the results and the conclusions which we had drawn from our pilot survey is that to know the participation of women, rural women in decision making, we had taken the parameters from the National Family Health Survey 3, and which includes parameters like women's decision regarding her health, regarding earnings and visit to families, then having children, and at last the political participation. So on the basis of the descriptive statistics, the results which we had drawn is that in both the districts, in both Mahasamund district and the tribal district of Uttar Bastar Kanker, there is a positive and a very close correlation between the decision making of the women, the participation of women in decision making. But when we compare both districts, we came to know that the tribal women are far more better as compared to the rural women which resides in the Mahasamund district. Next, we are having the Women Empowerment Index. So this table shows the Women Empowerment Index or the aspirational district of Mahasamund. Here we see that the total empowerment index is 0.96, which is under the very high empowerment range. And again, we see that the personal autonomy of women is very high in this district, followed by the economic decision making index and the household index, which is in the medium range. And lastly, the political autonomy of women in this district is found to be very low. Secondly, this table shows the Women Empowerment Index in the tribal district of Kanker. Here we see that the total empowerment index is 0.76, which is medium empowerment. And also the personal autonomy index and political autonomy. In personal decision making and in political decision making, again, the women is having a very low empowerment, and their empowerment for economic decision making and household decision making. So, we came to know that the rural women of the aspirational districts is highly empowered as compared to the women of the tribal districts. So the conclusions and the suggestions which we formed on the basis of our study is that it is universally recognized that gender equality and women's empowerment are at the center of accomplishing improvement targets crucial for the acknowledgement of human rights and key to successful maintainable improvement results. Also, in any case, on the opposite, in spite of their proven capacities as pioneers and operators of change from the nearby to the worldwide level, women's administration and political interest is limited. And this is what we had gathered from the suggestions which we have put forward in our research is that in Chhattisgarh, specifically in the rural areas, awareness generation programs regarding the importance of empowering women should be implemented so that the rural women could acquire knowledge about the economic, social, psychological, and political aspects of empowerment. And also, it is the need of the hour to empower women so that they participate in the decision-making aspect of the family. And the rural women should be motivated to become independent and face challenges of their own. Again, with respect to the political participation of the women, the suggestion we put forward is that awareness generation programs regarding the Panchayati Raj system should be implemented so that the rural women acquire knowledge about the working and the functioning of the Panchayati Raj systems. Further, women should encourage to participate in the meetings of the panchayats and bring forward their problems and issues so that it could be solved by the panchayat members and they come out by some concrete solutions. And last but not the least, apart from women, it is also become necessary to encourage the family members so that they would allow the women members of their families to come out of their home and make their own identity and explore herself in the society. So this is all about the methodology and results and findings of our study. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Very nice
Thank you, sir.
presentation. Now I would like to
Thank you,
call
sir.
Dr. K. Girija. Dr. K. Girija. Dr. S. Thangmayan. Dr. S. Thangmayan. R. Prem Latha. Safiullah. Serial 46 Safiullah.
Sir. Sir.
Okay. Dr.
Sir.
Safiullah, okay, please present your paper.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Please give your introduction and try to keep your paper within 5 minutes. You have to finish paper, huh? So that we can give the
Okay, sir.
to all, because it's a very big list with me, and I want to give everyone equal opportunity to present the paper. Please start.
Okay, sir. Okay. So, farmer movement in Karnataka, sir. I am Shafiullah, Karnataka, Shumaga, sir. I am placed. The Karnataka too has been the several the present movement before and after the independence. After the independence, we can mention few the important the present movement in Karnataka. Kodagu farmer agitation, Haryana farmer labor movement, and other the struggle and Malaparabha agitation, and Kodagu movement in Satyagraha movement in of the people who fought the claim the rights over land. It was the first. It is the kind in the post-independent India. Kodagu movement or Satyagraha, as it is the popularly called, took place in the Kodagu and neighboring the village of the Sagra Taluk in the district of Shumaga. In Kodagu, feudal system was prevalent during the time of the British rule. Jagirdar, Inamdars, and Desai were the local landlords. Tenant had paid to the landlords fixed the measure of the agricultural produce. Although the measure was fixed as the 60 measures, kolagas, the tax pay. The kolaga is a traditional weight scale. In other places, the landlords of Kodagu had fixed the measure of 63 counts. During the 1950-51, the tenant hesitated against the feudal lords to claim their the rights over the land, and also the protest against the fixing the agriculture produce to be given them the landlords. The agitation began in the surrounding the villages of Kodagu and aimed a single the slogan "Land to the tiller." Village of the and the Kodagu Satyagraha, which began immediately after the independence, it brought the attention the entire the nations. Now after then the Malaprabha agitation, a dam was constructed over the Malaprabha in 1960 at the estimated the cost of the 30 crores, but it has consumed the 162 crores up to 1980, and it was the incompleted the project, which was considered to be the born for the district of the Belagavi, Vijayapur, and Dharwad. The issue, the price, the stability. The farmer were the encouraged they grow the Varalakshmi cotton and the hybrid varieties of the jawar, and the market price of the crops was the appealing, and hence the farmer did not mind purchase costly seeds. And also the technique of the cultivation, which were the unwear, etc. There the hopes the high in 1978-79, the price of the Varalakshmi cotton came down from 1,000 to 350 per quintal. As if feeling to this the situation, there was a step hike in the price of the fertilizer. The levy issue. The cases of the Malaprabha agitation, imposition of the betterment or levy with the effect on the basis of increased land value of the following the irrigations. And the role of the local, the bureaucracy, the most important factor to be noticed are the corruption of the bureaucracy, the force the recovers and failure of the political leadership. The course of the movement, it is all the start with the coming of the Malaprabha Niravari Pradesha Raita Samanvaya Samiti in March 1980 on non-party the basis of the Navlagunda. In the beginning, it was confined the Navlagunda taluk and later they extended to the include 5 taluks of the Malaprabha areas. And then the Nalgunda and Nargunda incident in July 21, 1980, farmers the massive the participation in all the 3 the phases of the Nalgunda and Nargunda. Sensing the mood of the rally, the Tahsildar of the agreed to close the office for the day. This the average untold the incident but it is 2 other the places it was the different the stories. And then the enter of the Professor M.D. Nanjun Swami when the time of the rise of the farmer to establish non-party of the Sangha at the state level. Professor Nanjun Swami entered the Raita Sangha. Being the professor of law, he proved the invaluable of the Udrapa and it is the KRSS. He gave the legal advice for facing the attachment of the movable the property and the other the harassment at the hands of the revenue and the recovery of the officials. The character of the 19th demands. Rudrappa and Sundaresh and Nanjun Swami presented the former demands of the Chief Minister Gundurao October 1980. They were the follows: release the unconditional all the former the arrested in various the movement and withdraw case against them. And other the scale of loans should be keep pace with the rising the expense of the cultivation. The loans owned by the farmers so far the government give the fresh loan at a simple the interest without the mediation of bank and cooperatives. Abolish land revenue and betterment the levies and remove the tax and other the restriction on the use of the tractors, trailers of the farmer. Abolish the purchase of tax and the sugarcane with the effect the 1979 to 80. Reduce the electricity charge to 12 to paise per unit. And
So
next
to conclude, sir, time is over. Request to conclude.
Sir, totally the present moment is very crucial today, and also the face the many the problems and solve the government of central government or state government, sir. Sir, conclusion my the present moment, sir. Hello.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, thank you so much, sir.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Vijeta
Hello,
Sadelia,
sir. Good afternoon. This is Premalata. Dr. S. Tangamayan and Premalata, we both combined together.
Sir, this is my turn.
Sir, shall
can you wait, ma'am? First, we are giving opportunity to Vijeta, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Followed by you, ma'am. Vijeta, and thereafter Kanchi, Lalan. Vijeta, ma'am, please,
Yes,
please
sir.
present your paper and try to finish it within the time, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Vijeta Salaria Katosh from Army University, Katgad, Indora, Kangra State, Himachal Pradesh. I am working as a research scholar and pursuing PhD under the guidance of Dr. Poonam Gupta. I really feel very proud and honored to be a part of this international conference of 2-day multidisciplinary research in education, employment, and entrepreneurship development. In this international conference, I want to present my views on the effect of COVID-19 on running business and educated youth. So let me start.
Your voice is not coming, ma'am. Any issue?
Sir, my screen. I want to present my screen. Is this presenting, sir?
No, ma'am. Please share your screen.
Sir, Abhi.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now my topic is effect of COVID-19 on running business and educated youth. In the first part of slide is introduction. The disappropriate effect of the pandemic on young people has exacerbated inequalities and risk reducing the productive potential of an entire generation. According to the इंटरनेशनल लेवल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, उसका जो सर्वे है कि जो कोविड-19 है उसका सबसे ज्यादा बैड इफेक्ट है जो एजुकेशन यूथ पे पड़ा है, जो कि आज इस जो सदी पूरी जो सेंचुरी है उसका सबसे वर्स्ट पार्ट इसमें दिखाई दिया है. Since the outset of this pandemic, more than 70% of the youth who study or combine study with work have been adversely affected by the closing of schools, universities, and training centers, according to an analysis by the International Labour Organization. Second point, according to the report, youth and COVID-19 impacts on youth, jobs, education, rights, and mental well-being of all the youths. 65% of young pupils are reported having learned less due to distance learning during lockdown. This is because some pupils don't have internet, and some have internet and they are unable to buy internet facility during COVID-19, and some don't have gadgets to play to work on these gadgets by internet. And these are all the impacts of COVID-19 on young youth or school-going youth and all that. Despite their efforts to continue studying and training, half of them believed their studies would be delayed, and 9% thought that they might fail. Due to third point is drawing on survey of more than 5,800 small business. That is my second point is the small running businesses. 82%, almost all over the world, 82% business have to suffer during pandemic directly or indirectly, or due to lack of government intervention, especially in India. This is some pictorial representation of educated youth during the pandemic, during and after and post pandemic. And this is the business. शेयर मार्केट जो है वो बुरी तरह से धड़ाम हो गया था कोविड-19 में, क्योंकि एवरीथिंग इज लॉकडाउन. सब कुछ बंद था, कुछ भी नजर नहीं आ. सारे शॉपिंग मॉल्स, शॉप्स, स्मॉल वेंडर्स जो कि सब्जी बेचने वाले हैं, उन सबको कहीं भी कुछ भी नजर नहीं आ रहा था. तो शेयर मार्केट में कहीं भी कुछ भी कोई पैसा लगाने को रेडी नहीं था. और जो इंडियन इकोनॉमी है वो एकदम से, आई थिंक पिछले 50 सालों में इतना बुरा हाल इंडियन इकोनॉमी का कभी नहीं हुआ था, जो कि कोविड-19 के जो 8-9 महीने का कंप्लीट लॉकडाउन था उसमें हुआ. Can be for profit entities, or they can be non-profit organizations that operate to full or charitable mission or further a social cause. Secondly, education plays a significant or important role in improving the socio-economic condition of individuals and communities. Similarly, education youth is the future of any country. If your youth is educated and skilled, a country can be a country economy can be a best economy of the world. Here is the diagrammatical representation of educated youth. In 1961, there is 53.78 people who are still literate up to 10th level, and in 1991 there are 61.90, and 2001 में ये रेशो 76.43 हो गई. उसके बाद 2006 में ये जो है 81.13 तक पहुंच गई. 2011 में ये जो रेशो है it comes to 86.14 in 2018, and the number of youth that are educated have become 91.66%. And these are not skilled; these are only literate people. Next slide is role of business on Indian economy during COVID-19. जो बिजनेस है, either it is हमने ऑनलाइन बिजनेस किया या ऑफलाइन था, शॉपिंग मॉल्स और शॉप्स तो कम्प्लीटली बंद थी, जो लोकल शॉप्स थी वो भी एक्सपेक्ट, जो हमारा जो हमारी ग्रोसरी शॉप्स थी और जो वेजिटेबल शॉप्स थी उनको छोड़ के ऑलमोस्ट सभी, या फिर मेडिसिन शॉप्स, उनको छोड़ के ऑलमोस्ट सारे बिजनेस ही पूरी ठप हो चुके थे। इवन की एजुकेशन जो फील्ड थी, स्कूल्स, कॉलेजेस और स्कूल कॉलेजेस भी बंद हो चुके थे, ऑनलाइन ही काम चल रहा था, जबकि हॉस्पिटल्स का जो काम था वो उसमें बूम करा है। जो हॉस्पिटल का बिजनेस है या फिर नेटफ्लिक्स हो गया, ये सब चीजें हैं ड्यूरिंग कोविड-19 उन्होंने बूम किया, जबकि कोविड है जो गूगल से, सॉरी, जो नेटफ्लिक्स है गूगल से पहले लॉन्च हो गया था, पर उसका जो इतना बिजनेस बूम ड्यूरिंग कोविड, ये मैंने इसमें इसका डाटा नहीं दिया है, पर थोड़ा सा मैं बताना चाहूंगी कि कैसे जो है कोविड-19 में नेटफ्लिक्स ने सारे ही मार्केट रिकॉर्ड्स तोड़ दिए और ये बहुत ही तेजी से, और साथ में जो है एलोन मस्क की कंपनी टेस्ला है वो भी बहुत अच्छे से बूम करी। इंडिया से अदानी है जो, उन्होंने भी कोविड-19 में उनका बिजनेस भी अच्छे से बूम अप कर गया। The second point is the purchasing power of consumer is positively correlated with income. अगर हम purchasing power की बात करें तो ये जो big business houses थे या फिर online business जिनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी, वो तो सब बूम कर गए, पर जो लोग लोकल थे, जैसे कि मैंने पहले ही बता दिया, जो एग्रीकल्चर से रिलेटेड, they are unable to sell their fruits, vegetables and grains. It is very much difficult to go out of their states or city. तो परचेज, और जिससे लोगों की इनकम कम हो गई और परचेजिंग पावर ऑटोमेटिकली ही कम हो गई। देन कंज्यूमर लॉस देयर जॉब्स, द पीपल हु आर वर्किंग ऑफलाइन, या फिर अब देखा जाए तो जो है जियो कंपनी है उसमें बहुत सारे एम्प्लॉइज काम करते थे, उनकी सैलरी जो कि जियो कंपनी ने कम कर दी, जो कि मैंने इसमें स्लाइड्स में तो नहीं दिया है पर मेरे पेपर में इसका जिक्र है। तो उन्होंने उनका जो प्रॉफिट है जियो कंपनी का वो बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ गया था ड्यूरिंग कोविड-19, क्योंकि एवरीबॉडी इज डूइंग देयर वर्क ऑन नेट इंटरनेट, ना ही उनका कोई जो प्लान था मंथली प्लान वो कम हुआ, बट तो उन्होंने अपने जो एम्प्लॉइज थे उनकी सैलरी कम करी है, प्लस जो उन्होंने स्टोर्स जो हायर किए थे, इट इज माय पर्सनल रिसर्च आई हैव डन ऑन जियो कंपनी ड्यूरिंग द कोविड-19, उन्होंने अपने स्टोर्स के जो ओनर्स थे उनके जो एग्रीमेंट थे उनके अगेंस्ट जाके उन्होंने बहुत सारे हाफ कर दिया उनका रेंट, जो कि उनके एग्रीमेंट के बिल्कुल अगेंस्ट था, बट नोबडी कम फॉरवर्ड टू फाइल दिस चैलेंज कि हमें पूरा पैसा चाहिए, किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला, जबकि सबको पता था कि कोविड पता नहीं कब तक चलने वाला है, जो जितना मिल रहा था उतने को ही एक्सेप्ट करा था। इसका हर जो ऑनलाइन कंपनी थी उसने फायदा उठाया है, लोगों की मजबूरी का बहुत ज्यादा फायदा उठाया गया कोविड-19 में। ट्रेंड्स इन एजुकेशन, जो यूथ था उसमें क्या ट्रेंड्स रहा ड्यूरिंग कोविड, अकॉर्डिंग टू द रिपोर्ट 38% ऑफ द यंग पीपल आर अनसर्टेन ऑफ देयर फ्यूचर कैरियर प्रोस्पेक्ट्स। ड्यू टू कोविड सबकी जॉब जा चुकी, कईयों को हाफ सैलरी मिल रही थी, कई एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट ऐसे भी थे जिन्होंने 20% सैलरी, दिस इज माय पर्सनल सर्वे ऑन एजुकेटेड यूथ, तो 20% सैलरी में भी उनको अपना जो है bread butter चलाना पड़ा, with the crisis expected to create more obstacles in the labor market and the length in that. Yes,
requested to conclude, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Requested to conclude. Time is over, ma'am. Time.
Oh, sorry, sir. There are only 3 to 4 more. Sir, kindly let me represent. 42% of those who have continued to work have seen their income reduced. This has had an impact on their mental well-being. The survey found that 50% of the young people are possibly subject to an anxiety or depression, while a further 70% are probably affected by it. Come to the next slide. This is the online trend of the business. जो online business था वो 2019 में जो है millions में था, या picture is not properly presenting here. 2012 में ये बिलियंस में 41.4 बिलियंस में चला गया, जबकि 2020 ड्यूरिंग कोविड-19 इट बिकेम राइज टू 1 ट्रिलियन, दैट इज एन डेवलप्ड कंट्री इकोनॉमी। ये ऑनलाइन बिजनेस जो है इतना ज्यादा बूम कर गया ड्यूरिंग कोविड-19। दिस इज आल्सो द पिक्टोरियल रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ graphical representation of Flipkart, Amazon, Myntra. You can see here, as lack of time I can't explain it more because time is short, so you can see from this graph Next slide is importance. Youth represents the backbone of every country or nation. Educated youth determines the past, present, and the future of the country. Like youth, industry and business decides the growth of the economy. अगर industry और business अच्छे से चल रहा है तो शेयर मार्केट भी अच्छे से, और इंडियन इकोनॉमी है उसका जो ग्रोथ है वो भी अच्छे से होगा. These are also the pictorial representation of एजुकेशन यूथ की. अब जो एजुकेशन है वो इसलिए होती है कि यूथ को गलत कामों से दूर रखा जाए, यही इस पिक्चर में रिप्रेजेंट किया गया है. दिस इज द फैशन इंडस्ट्री जिसको कि कोविड-19 ने बहुत ज्यादा हिट किया है. 82% जो है लोग हैं इसमें जो है जॉबलेस हुए हैं डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली. दिस इज ऑल्सो a pictorial representation. I want to explain this graph. The blue portion showing the online spending in India. India में जो online spend था, जो इसमें भी online business में पैसा लगा, that is 12.1 during 2015. And उनको जो return मिले, जो buyers ने उनको मतलब खरीदा है उनसे, उनको जो 49.6 है. तो आप सीधा सीधा देख रहे हैं कि इसमें profit margin कितना ज्यादा रहा है online business का. And 2020 में the जो है spending है वो 74. This is only in India, not all over the world. 74.7 है, जबकि उनके जो बायर्स ने उनसे बाय किया जो उसमें प्रॉफिट मार्जिन बहुत ज्यादा है, 167.8 बिलियन डॉलर है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. दिस इज आल्सो शोइंग द अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट लेवल ऑफ जून, जो कि 2017 में बहुत कम था. 2020 पे ये पीक में चला गया और 21 में धीरे धीरे जैसे ही कोविड का थोड़ा इफेक्ट कम हुआ, वैक्सीनेशन हो गई, ये कम होना, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट लेवल है जो कम होना शुरू हो गया. Now, role of running business on Indian economy during COVID-19. Small and medium-sized enterprises and shopping malls provides lots of job opportunities. Small companies create 1.5 million jobs annually. ये जो small and medium scale business है, almost India में 1.5 million job जो है annually create करते हैं, including shopping malls and और छोटे मोटे और भी business. The purchasing power of consumer is positively correlated with income. When consumer lose their job and their incomes fall, so does their ability to buy. इसमें जो कि मैंने पहले ही डिस्कस कर दिया है नेटफ्लिक्स के बारे में, ये सब जो है रोल ऑफ एजुकेटेड यूथ ड्यूरिंग, ये पॉइंट मैं पहले भी डिस्कस कर चुकी हूँ. लैक ऑफ टाइम ये मैं अब इसको डिस्कस नहीं करना चाहूंगी. Then come to the final part, that is conclusion. No doubt COVID-19 had really negative effect on educated youth, but where their study and jobs both are interrupted, but along with it had some good effects on environment and digitalization of everything. जहाँ की COVID-19 में जॉब्स में आप देखा जाए तो जो इन्वायरमेंट था उस टाइम पे बहुत ही क्लीन हो गया था. जो है जो गर्मी है बहुत लेट स्टार्ट हुई ड्यूरिंग कोविड-19. जो इफेक्ट है ग्लोबल वार्मिंग का वो इतना ज्यादा नहीं हुआ था क्योंकि कंप्लीट लॉकडाउन था, गाड़ियां वगैरह नहीं चल रही थी, इंडस्ट्रीज बंद थी. ये इसका एक प्लस पॉइंट था. सेकंड है Indian small vendors and small businesses had to suffer load. Some business are shut down during the pandemic, but good for digital world and technology. यहाँ इसके ये तो नहीं कह सकते कोविड का गुड, बट बैड ज्यादा था हर तरफ से, पर गुड उसका बहुत, अगर इस देखा जाए तो ये कहीं से पॉजिटिव भी था, जिसने हमें फैमिली के लिए और भी बहुत चीज नेचर के साथ मिक्सअप टच होने का टाइम दिया. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर डिलीवरिंग माय पीपीटी. थैंक यू सर.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. You have taken a little bit more time, but anyway, everything good. Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Prem Lata Patel. Ma'am. Prem Lata.
Yes,
ma'am.
Very good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, please start your paper and try to finish the paper within 3 minutes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, shall I start, sir?
Yeah, please start. Please start, ma'am.
Okay, okay. First of all, thanks for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. The title of my paper presentation is COVID-19 and its impact on Indian agriculture sector. Coming to introduction, agriculture has a significant task to carry out in the economic development of an agrarian economy like that of India. It has proved to be told done as such, though not sufficiently. In the development of an economy, agriculture in a real sense takes care of the cycle of development. It addresses the issues for food grains because of ascended livelihoods, as likewise of expansion in population. Furthermore, it supplies crude materials for some buyers, things like palatable oil, sugar, fabric, and so on and so on. Agriculture likewise adds to development, though the inventory of work. A horticultural nation, by definition, gives work to nearly the whole workforce of the nation. In the less created nations, a serious critical extent of the workforce stays in mass joblessness as agriculture, being unresolved and dependent upon limitations like the given stock of land, can't retain all the expansion in workforce profitably. And statement of the problem is COVID-19 induced significant economic and social disruptions in India. Rural households, including smallholders, were affected by loss in migrant income, livelihood, and farm and non-farm income. The biggest disruption of livelihood in both the developed and developing world affected the livelihoods of 1.3 billion population. The National Statistical Office released the estimates of gross domestic product for the first quarter, suggesting a negative economic growth of 23%. In comparison, the construction sector shows a negative growth of 50%, followed by the service sector 47%, and the manufacturing sector 39%. In contrast, agriculture and allied show positive growth of 3%. During the lockdown, the Indian government enacted several emergency legislation to provide a direct and indirect relief to workers and households. India's COVID-19 social assistance package, namely PM Garib Kalyan Yojana, announced in March 2020, was designed to provide immediate relief to the vulnerable population. The PM Garib Kalyan Yojana provides cash direct benefit transfers and in-kind supports through existing schemes. Also, the government's price stabilization policies helped stabilize cereal prices. Initially, prices of essential commodities remained stable in May and June 2020 due to better supply chain management, and the procurement picked up in May and June, albeit with a slow start. Moreover, the trading in the agriculture sector in India is mainly physical, and the farmers failed to receive the payments for their produce immediately after the transaction. At the same time, 85% of Indian farmers are marginal and small, 50% of farmers rely on informal credit, and 20% bought agricultural inputs on credit. The food grain production for the 2019 to 2020 Rabi and 2020 Kharif season have increased significantly by 5 and 2% respectively compared to the previous year. For the 2019 to 2020 Rabi season, one can argue that the significant farming activities of the season were completed before the lockdown. In contrast, the 2020 Kharif season is considered to be most impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The government of India announced the COVID-19 social assistance package of Indian rupee 1.7 lakh crore or $25 billion under the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana to provide immediate relief to the vulnerable population. The PM Garib Kalyan Yojana package uses existing schemes to provide additional benefits to farmers and rural households. The study focuses on 4 major schemes potentially relevant to the benefits of the farmers. These schemes include Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Jandan Yojana, and Pradhan Mantri An Vitran Yojana. Together, these 4 programs represent about 70% of the total budget of the PM Garib Kalyan Yojana package. Under the PM Kisan, farmers did not receive an additional benefit. Still, importantly, the scheme payment was front-loaded in the first week of April 2020, which was quite important for farmers for addressing their liquidity constraints. However, the remaining 3 schemes provide an additional benefit under the package. Although these schemes are not directly meant for farmers, the benefits received through these schemes have implications for farmers' liquidity concerns. The theory of fungibility suggests that spending is more sensitive to income and liquid assets as compared to assets such as houses. Empirical studies on the fungibility in microfinance for Bangladesh and India suggest that the funds received by farmers have diverted for involuntary commitments. Therefore, it is likely that farmers may use the benefits received here to leverage their investments in agriculture. PM JDY scheme aims for financial inclusion by opening a saving bank account for the unbanked adult person. The existing benefit includes Indian rupee 2 lakh insurance coverage. Under PM Garib Kalyan Yojana, there is a provision of additional benefits in cash transfer of 3 installments of Indian rupee 500 each to the 200 million women accounted holders for April, May, and June 2020. In the case of seeds, the results showed that program beneficiaries were about 14 percentage points more likely than non-beneficiaries to purchase the seeds for the 2020 Kharif season immediately after receiving the assistance. However, the impact on the procurement of fertilizers and pesticides is modest. Thus, the increased procurement of agriculture inputs may be driven primarily by increased purchases of seeds. Conclusion, the Indian government passed the most extensive relief package in the country's history. Under the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana legislation, the Indian government provided cash transfers and in-kind support to Indian households for the first 3 months of the lockdown, April, May, and June. The disbursement of cash transfers in the 3 states shows that emergency relief packages have reached the vulnerable sections of Indian society. Overall, 89 to 94% of households benefited from direct cash transfers. The study found that the minimum income support program providing cash transfers to farmers increases small and marginal farmers' procurement of seeds for the upcoming cropping season in the 3 northern states of India. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to request Dr. Hima Gupta.
Yes, sir.
Sir, it is my turn right now. Kanchi Lalan.
Okay, okay. First Kanchi Lalan, thereafter Dr. Hima Gupta, ma'am. Ma'am, please try to complete your paper within 3 minutes because other participants are exceeding the time, so we have to give the opportunity to everyone. So please try to understand.
I hope everyone can see my screen. So my name is Kanchi Lalan. The subject of my research paper is a financial study on the Union Bank of India. I have done this paper under the supervision of Dr. Sunil Kumar Deshpande from GS College. Due to time constraint, I will jump straight away to the crux of my paper. Since banks are the nucleus of the financial system, I have selected the Union Bank of India and I have formed a financial study on it. I have tested several parameters, the first of which is the number of branches. I have compared the performance of the Union Bank over 5 years and I have presented the results. So from table number 1, we can see that in the year 2017-18, there is a gradual rise in the number of branches. However, there is a reverse trend after that. Due to amalgamation of the Union Bank with Corporation Bank and Andhra Bank, we can see a positive increase in the year 2020-2021. Then when we come to the number of employees, there is an upward trend in the number of employees in the first 2 years, which reduces in the year 2018-19. And again, due to amalgamation, there is an increase in the number of employees in the year 2020-2021. Then earning per share went down drastically in the year 2017-18 and it started to increase in the following years. However, it was still negative. But in the year 2020-2021, it has become positive again for the first time after 3 years. Net profit, net loss, the bank experienced a drastic loss in the year 17-18. This pattern continued, however, the amount of loss was going down each year. Again, due to amalgamation, we have profit for the first time of rupees 2,905 crores. After that, capital adequacy ratio, one positive thing that we have seen is capital adequacy ratio is increasing every year without any dip. This is a sign of a financially healthy bank. Net non-performing assets ratio, it increased in 17-18, decreased in the next 3 years. And if this pattern continues, it will be beneficial for the bank. Now, I have done a comparison of the Union Bank of India with other four major public sector banks, SBI, Punjab National, Bank of Baroda, and Canara Bank. We can see that the Union Bank of India has the highest amount of investment in India as compared to its competitors. However, it still needs to increase its total assets. Now, I am jumping straight away to the conclusion. We have seen that amalgamation has proven to be a very good strategy for the Union Bank of India, and we can only hope that they continue this performance in the next years also. I have suggested some things by which they can improve their performance. So the first is net non-performing assets are going down each year. However, they are still more as compared to the other banks. So if Union Bank of India can lower this further, then it will be very good. And last suggestion is it can technically upgrade itself to gain an edge among its competitors. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Very nicely and briefly you have presented paper. Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Dr. Hima Gupta, ma'am.
यस सर, मैं हिमा गुप्ता, मैं असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर हूँ संस्कृत में राजकीय कला महाविद्यालय कोटा में। और मेरा जो विषय है वैसे इसमें लिस्ट में मेंशन नहीं हो पाया है, प्राचीन भारत में कौशल विकास एवं चुनौतियां। जैसे हम वर्तमान युग की आज बात कर रहे हैं, परंतु प्राचीन का अवलोकन भी कभी कभी वर्तमान को सुधारने के लिए आवश्यक हो जाता है। इसी तथ्य को देखते हुए मैंने ये एक अपना आलेख लिखने की कोशिश की है। मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि यह तथ्य बहुत लोगों के लिए आश्चर्यपूर्ण हो सकता है कि प्राचीन भारत औद्योगिक विकास के विषय में शेष विश्व के देशों से कहीं अधिक आगे था। वैदिक काल से ही निजी स्वामित्व एवं पारिवारिक व्यवसायों के अतिरिक्त भी तत्कालीन भारत में कई प्रकार के औद्योगिक एवं व्यावसायिक संगठन कार्यरत थे। उनका व्यापार दूर दराज के अनेक देशों तक विस्तृत था। उनके कारवां को सार्थवाह कहा जाता था। वे सार्थवाह या कारवां समुद्री और मैदानी मार्गों से होकर अरब और यूनान के देशों से भी निरंतर संपर्क बनाए रहते थे। उनका अपना संविधान होता था, अर्थात कानून होता था। संकट से निपटने के लिए सेना भी रखा करते थे। इस प्रकार एक वो बहुत बड़ी कंपनीज हम उन्हें कह सकते हैं। वो वाणिज्य, पणि, श्रेणी, गण, पूर्व, व्रात्य, संघ, निगम या नैगम, ऐसे कई नाम थे। वो नाम भी उनके व्यापार क्षेत्र और कार्यशैली के आधार पर हुआ करते थे। इनकी पहुंच केवल आर्थिक कार्यकलापों तक सीमित नहीं थी। वे धार्मिक, राजनीतिक और सामाजिक सभी क्षेत्रों में व्यापारी वर्ग उन सभी राज्यों को, देशों को, स्थानों को प्रभावित करते थे। सभी व्यवसाय और शिल्प कलाएं परस्पर सहयोग आधारित एवं पारिवारिक संगठन हुआ करते थे। उसी तरह उद्योग और व्यापार भी सहकारिता पर आधारित थे। तत्कालीन भारतीय समाज में अनिवार्य तत्व के रूप में विद्यमान थे और इसके पर्याप्त चिन्ह इतिहास में प्राप्त भी होते हैं। प्रोफेसर आर.सी. मजूमदार प्राचीन भारत में सहकारी जीवन में 27 प्रकार की समितियों का उल्लेख करते हैं। डॉक्टर सत्यकेतु विद्यालंकार प्राचीन भारत की शासन संस्थाएं और राजनीतिक विचार में बौद्ध ग्रंथों के हवाले से लिखते हैं कि उन दिनों 18 प्रकार की श्रेणियां थी। कौटिल्य ने भी अर्थशास्त्र में 18 प्रकार के व्यापार समूह का उल्लेख किया। ये सभी प्रकार की श्रेणियां या व्यापार संस्थाएं उस समय के समाज और शासन पर व्यापक प्रभाव डालती थी। आर्थिक संगठन के रूप में इस श्रेणी व्यापार समूह की तुलना मध्यकालीन यूरोपीय देशों में कार्यरत उनके समान धर्म आर्थिक संगठन गिल्ड से की जाती है। गिल्ड एक पॉपुलर वर्ड था उस काल में। सामूहिक कल्याण और आर्थिक हितों की रक्षा के साथ साथ सामूहिक नियंत्रण व्यवस्था भी दोनों में लगभग एक जैसी ही थी तथा अनुशासन व्यवस्था को बनाए रखने के लिए सर्वसम्मत नियम भी दोनों में लगभग एक जैसे ही हुआ करते थे। उनका पालन पूरी निष्ठा और ईमानदारी से किया जाता था। इसके बावजूद ये कहा जा सकता है कि श्रेणी का स्तर गिल्ड की अपेक्षा अधिक व्यापक और वैविध्यपूर्ण था। मुख्य अंतर इसमें जो गिल्ड और श्रेणी जो व्यवस्था है, इन दोनों के आज इतिहास से में दर्ज होने में जो है ये अंतर है कि भारत के संगठन अधिक प्राचीन है और इतिहास में लगभग न के बराबर मौजूद है, जबकि गिल्ड पूरा का पूरा इतिहास में दर्ज है। दूसरा, इन संगठनों का भारतीय समाज में अत्यधिक दखल था, क्योंकि पूरा समाज अन्योन्याश्रित था, एक दूसरे पर सहकारी जीवन पर आधारित था। तीसरा, कच्चे माल की उपलब्धता, ज्ञान और तकनीकी कौशल का परंपरा के आधार पर पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी हस्तांतरण होता था। इस कारण उनकी कार्य क्षमता अधिक प्रभावी और लाभदायक होती थी। यह विशेषता दुनिया के किसी अन्य गिल्ड सिस्टम में देखने को नहीं मिलती। भारतीय व्यापारिक एवं व्यावसायिक समूह का आचरण अधिक सहकारी एवं लोक कल्याणकारी और परस्पर सहयोगात्मक था। हमें आज भी इन चीजों पर, इन तथ्यों पर विचार करने की आवश्यकता है कि वे क्या कारण थे कि भारत प्राचीन काल में व्यापार के क्षेत्र में बहुत अधिक आगे था और आज विकासशील देशों की श्रेणी में आता है। मेरा ये पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन जो है इसी विषय पर आधारित था। आपने मुझे आज पढ़ने के लिए मौका दिया, अवसर दिया, इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। धन्यवाद सर।
थैंक यू मैम, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। और आपने संस्कृत जैसे विषय में और प्राचीन भारत में कौशल विकास समस्या के बारे में जो अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट किया, बहुत ही अच्छा था। थैंक यू सो मच मैम।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
इसी क्रम में आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं शांति प्रसन्ना मैम, शांति प्रसन्ना, सुखलाल, जितेंद्र सैखेंद्रिया, दक्ष त्रिवेदी।
यस सर।
दक्ष त्रिवेदी सर, आप अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट करें सर, और ट्राई टू फिनिश योर पेपर विद इन 3 minutes सर।
यस सर, श्योर। Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
It's visible. Just 1 second.
Share the whole screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Daksh Trivedi. Me and my batchmate Pratham Dhruv, a 4th year BTech student from DICT College, have worked on the study of supply chain in vegetable crops under the guidance of Professor Alka Parekh. As we know, agriculture is a primary sector of Indian society, and it employs around 45% of the total Indian population, making the pillar of the Indian economy. Agriculture in India is a quite inefficient, unorganized, and fragmented sector. Poor supply chain management has been one of its major problem statement. This paper aims to study the supply chain for vegetable crops in village of Anand and Gandhinagar district. What we have done during our research, first of all, we studied different existing supply chain in India, and we also studied the supply chain of Starbucks. We have visited the Boda and Lilapur village of Gandhinagar and Ghana, Nauli and Vanskila village of Anand district. We have also visited Gandhinagar, Anand and Ahmedabad APMCs. We have conducted interview of 37 farmers, 6 wholesalers and secretary of 2 APMC. So the table shows that among 37 farmers, 8 are marginal farmers, 19 are small farmers, and the rest 8 are semi-medium farmers. Now cropping pattern. Cropping pattern among the sample farmers, most of our sample farmers were growing cabbage and chili. Tomatoes were grown mainly by the small and medium farmers, not by marginal farmers. The number of farmers who are growing broccoli and brinjals was very low. Now Pratham will continue.
Thank you, Dax, for the presentation. Now findings. So we try to find out what is happening with the area and production of the major vegetable crops in above mentioned districts. So to find out the major growth rate precisely, we use the semi-log regression equation, which is mentioned here, where Y is the production and X is the year series. So now for cabbage production, as the results show, no clear trend in the production of cabbage for Gujarat and Gandhinagar. But for Anand and India, in the production area, it is increasing at a statistically significant rate of 1.6% for India and 4.84% for Anand. So for area under cabbage was rising slightly for India, declining in Gujarat, and both districts mostly stagnant. Next. As you see, area under cultivation for cabbage in Anand district, it is increasing, but not at a, but it is slightly increasing. Next. So if we compare the yield comparison, so despite getting low R square value for Gandhinagar, yield of cabbage in Gandhinagar is much better than all the other three area. Next. Now for the tomatoes. So as table shows, production has significantly increased during the time period. Time period is year 2011 to 2019. Now India increased, but not at compared to the rest. So increase in growth rate was much higher in Gandhinagar. As you see, it is increasing at a 8.6% rate, which is very good. Next. Now area. As we mentioned, in Gandhinagar, it is production rate is increasing 8.6%. So as you in the area under cultivation is also increasing from the 2013 to 2017 at very good rate. Next. So as you say, area under cultivation for Gujarat is also increasing. Next. Area and production it's not increasing it as compared to Gandhinagar in Anand, but the yield is very much better than the other two areas. Next. Now the selling option for farmers. So as you say, marginal farmers prefer the nearby APMC. So we calculated the average distance. So the marginal farmers travel 18.93 kilometer. Very small farmer on an average travel 22.60 kilometer to sell their produce in the nearby APMC. And semi-medium farmers with large farmer size can afford to travel around 46 kilometer to sell their produces. Now the major reasons behind these are first is the land size, like what farmers is holding, and the other is yield pattern different for different vegetable. For cabbage it is different for in how much in one day I take and how much get, and for tomatoes it is also different. So now next. So transportation. So when we ask about the transportation, the farmers say they mostly own the vehicles like rickshaw, tempo, or two-wheeler tractor, etc. to transport their produce from farm to selling APMC. Now the dagina, it is in Gujarati, the dagina is the bag of 20 kilo. So it means when the produce is less than 20 kilo, they prefer to sell it by they carry on the two-wheeler. When it is on the 40 kilo to 60 kilo, they prefer rickshaw or they hire a vehicle. Now when it is 100 kilo to 200 kilo, they mostly hire tempo or hire on rent. It's the same goal. Next. So this is an actual supply chain, actual price growth of tomatoes. When we visited Gandhinagar APMC, farmers were selling their 20 kilogram of tomatoes to wholesaler at a price of 300. Now the wholesaler comes. Wholesaler was selling to retailer at a price of 333 rupees, which include 10% of their commission and 1% of their user charge. Now the retailer, when the wholesaler sell retailer at 330, now the retailer add their commission charge, which vary from retailer to retailer. They also add transportation costs, cost for grading and sorting of produce, profit, and wastage costs, which comes at around 493 for the customers and final customers. Next. Recommendation. So we also study the three models. Due to time constraint, we were not able to present it. They are Vapkol, Abhinav, and Sahyadri. They are operating in mostly Gujarat and Maharashtra. So they are already in the agriculture sector. So they can implement it because they are running quite successfully and making good profit for farmers and as well as for FAOs. Now when come with to marketing, then the cooperatives are the best answer to solve the agriculture marketing problems in India. Next. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
only
much.
Just one sentence that I wanted to add, that we found that vegetable growing is more profitable for the farmers than the grain growing. Just wanted to report that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, Daksh Trivedi ji, Pratham Dhruv, and Dr. Alka Parikh ma'am for your supervision of your research scholar. Super presentation was there. Thank you very much for such a beautiful presentation.
Thank you.
To all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to request Dhanpat Kumar, Dr. Raj Kumar Nagvansi. Serial number 50, Dhanpat Kumar, Dr. Raj Kumar Nagvansi. Serial 51, Bhanu Kanted. Rajesh Garwal, serial 52. Dr. Pradeep P. Thorat. Pooja Yadav. Dr. Sayyed Junaid. D. Sneha.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Ma'am, please present your paper and try to finish your paper within 3 minutes, ma'am.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, sir. I'll share the screen, sir.
Please.
You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Said by the very great Buckminster Fuller. So, a very good afternoon to everyone present here. Myself, D. Sneha from Savita School of Law, Savita University, Chennai. So, the topic today which I have chosen is public opinion on the dawn of virtual shopping in current decade. So, firstly, the main reason behind me doing this research and bringing on this to this prestigious platform is that the topic the topic which we are going through is the entrepreneurship development and the employment. So, I thought why not choose a topic which is very relevant and which is on the current trend right now. So, yeah, sir, I would like to start my topic by giving an introduction, which is so the rise of e-commerce, Amazon, and virtual reality, as well as the decline of the departmental store, has paved the way to rise of virtual shopping. Internet development has had a radical impact on the way we shop, taking us beyond the traditional store and into a world where we choose what we buy by scrolling through images of the products on the offer. So there are two different forms on online shop could take. First is a business to customer, and the second is a business to online store, which connects business to business. So the first online marketplace were established in 1995, where it welcomed the biggest transformation of the online shopping. They launched Amazon and the eBay joined the race. So as of 2020, it's clear that the entire internet is now a virtual shopping mall. So yeah, sir, as we see in the screen, the objective of my research is to study the preference for online shopping over conventional shopping methods, to study the shopping frequency of generation with respect to fashion, clothing, and accessories, to study the effect of online shopping onto visits to the conventional stores for shopping, to study of online shopping onto the customers. So I have collected like more than 20 to 25 literature reviews of the authors. So a brief, as we are running out of a short of time, so I would like to give just a gist of my research, sir. So yeah, the literature reviews collected says that an online shop arouses the physical similarity of buying products as well as services from internet shop online. So online social networking and systems have a developing part in advertising, which has imperative ramification of how buyers, channels, and organizations perform. So yeah, the absence of full cost exposure may likewise be hazardous. While it might be anything but difficult to think about the base cost of a thing on the web, it may not be anything but difficult to see the aggregate expense in advance. So yeah, these are the few things which many authors would have said about the topic. And the next is the methodology by which I did my research. The researcher obtained I obtained the primary source of data by conducting an empirical study on seeking responses from the general public based on a questionnaire, and also relied on secondary sources of data such as books, journals, e-sources, articles, and newspapers, etc. The research method followed here is empirical research. A total of 200 samples have been taken, out of which is taken through convenient sampling methods. So the sample frames taken by me were the belonging to the urban parts of Madurai, Chennai, and Bangalore. I'm located in South India, so I have covered most of the parts of my place. So the independent variables are age, gender, and occupation. The statistical tool used by me was the graphical representation. So there was also some limitations as this was done during the pandemic period. Because so I would like to say, sir, after the post-pandemic only, the virtual reality came was more brought into the light. So as even now, even all the people with whom I'm like now presenting are also we are also are under the same umbrella, as we also now prefer online shopping more over some traditional shopping methods. We prefer more to be at home and shop rather than go out, because it is also affordable and also it saves time, sir. So these are all the things which gave the importance to the virtual shopping. So I would like to conclude my topic by saying that so according to the study, it was found that today the generation finds online shopping more convenient than conventional shopping methods, and they prefer to shop online. Also, it was noticed whenever the need arises, this generation shops at any time. There is no specific pattern for shopping with respect to fashion, clothing, and accessories. It was also noticed that generations still visit malls to spend their free time, and they shop in malls when they're on outing to malls. So, the future research needs an investigation on the subject, and problems need to be identified for online shopping, which can be a social media management, getting utmost value from search engine optimization, multi-device usage, optimizing the mobile experience, competing with the noise, and proving ROI of marketing activities of online shopping. So, sir, at last, I would like to end my topic by giving a very small suggestion to all the people here. As my topic is on virtual shopping. I would like to say that virtual shopping at some point it is very nice, as after the post-pandemic period, we prefer to be in home rather than going out and be in the catch of COVID and all. So as the importance given to the virtual shopping should also be given to the traditional shopping, because those people, they like have their food on the basis of the thing which we go and buy from them. So both should be given equal importance, and virtual shopping should be considered as it is safe, as it has a lot of benefits. So yeah, sir, here I end my topic. Thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Very nice presentation on online marketing and virtual marketing. Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Ankita Deshmukh, Dr. Prachi Singh, Mona Lisa Mishra, Anubhav Mishra, Dr. Alka Padik, Pratham Dhruv, Suman Swarup Bhartiya,
Yes, sir. Presenter.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Suman Swarup Bhartiya.
Hanji, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. You are loud and clear. Please present your paper, ma'am, and you are requested to complete your paper within 6 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, for this platform. Myself, Suman Swarup, from Lucknow University, Political Science Department. और मेरा टॉपिक है अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति बराक ओबामा के कार्यकाल में भारत और संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका के मध्य सामरिक संबंध 2008 से 17। मोस्ट ऑफली सर, अमेरिका और भारत का जो संबंध है उसका संक्षिप्त रूप से मैं जो है इसको प्रेजेंट करना चाहूंगी एब्स्ट्रैक्ट के फॉर्म में। भारत और अमेरिका के संबंधों में मतभेदों के बुनियादी और पारस्परिक संबंध लंबे समय से किसी न किसी रूप में दृष्टिगोचर होते रहे हैं। इस शोध पत्र में 2008 से 17 के मध्य अमेरिका और भारत के संबंधों का वस्तुनिक एवं तथ्यपरक वैज्ञानिक अध्ययन किया गया है। ब्रिटिश काल में लंबे समय पश्चात से स्वतंत्र होने के बाद विश्व पटल पर जो भारत का एक नया राष्ट्र के रूप में उदय हुआ है, उसके पश्चात अमेरिका के साथ जो एक संबंध भारत का रहा है वो एक ऐतिहासिक कश्मीर के अलावा मानवाधिकार, परमाणु प्रसार एवं व्यापार के संबंधों में बहुत ही कड़वाहट भरे मुद्दे रहे हैं। आजादी से लंबे अरसे समय तक ये जो संबंध रहे हैं, बने रहे हैं। जॉनसन ने भारत में बहुत समर्थन बहुत अच्छा रहा है भारत के साथ, परंतु कैनेडी और निक्सन के समय में भारत के रुख अच्छे नहीं रहे। कारगिल के युद्ध में राष्ट्रपति क्लिंटन ने भारत का प्रखर और मुखर समर्थन किया। जॉर्ज बुश ने असैनिक परमाणु सहयोग समझौते पर हस्ताक्षर कर द्विपक्षीय संबंधों को एक नई दिशा प्रदान की और गति प्रदान की। आज वर्तमान में अब एक नहीं तमाम विषयों पर जैसे व्यापार, पूंजी निवेश, ऊर्जा सहयोग, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, कृषि एवं अंतरिक्ष एवं उच्च तकनीकी सहयोग में विभिन्न मुद्दों पर सहयोग का एक नया अध्याय खुला है। मुख्यतः मेरे टॉपिक से रिलेटेड राष्ट्रपति बराक ओबामा ने परमाणु समझौते की ओर एक और अच्छा कदम बढ़ाया और इसको एक गहरा और एक जो समझौता जो संबंध बना रहा पुराने कड़वाहट भरे, उसमें एक गर्मजोशी पैदा करके एक नए संबंध की ओर अपनी संकल्पता को और उसको बढ़ाया, एक अच्छे संबंध की ओर दृष्टिगत किया। आतंकवाद से निपटने के लिए मिलकर लड़ने का सहयोग किया। महत्वपूर्ण बात यह रही कि भारत की विरासत वाली जो पेटेंट वस्तुएं थी वो अमेरिकी कंपनियां जिसका पेटेंट ले रही थी, उस विरासत वाली जैसे नीम है, हल्दी है, बासमती चावल है, इन सबको रोकने के लिए उन्होंने एक ज्ञान कोश की शुरुआत की जिसमें सभी भारतीय वस्तुओं का ब्यौरा रहेगा और जिसे जो है अमेरिकी जैसी या अन्य कोई कंपनियां इसको पेटेंट ना करा सकें, जिसका भारतीय का एक मोनोपोली बनी रहे। उन्होंने माना कि भारत अब एक विकसित राष्ट्र के समकक्ष है जो कि विकासशील से ऊपर उठते हुए विकसित की ओर जो इसके अर्थव्यवस्थाएं हैं, जो इसकी एक भारतीयता की जो अर्थव्यवस्था है वो इतनी उत्कृष्ट हो चुकी है कि वो एक विकसित राष्ट्र के समकक्ष राष्ट्र बन चुका है। मुंबई में छात्रों को संबोधित करते हुए उन्होंने कहा, अमेरिका द्विपक्षीय संबंधों को सभी स्तरों पर दोनों देशों के प्रति गति प्रदान करना चाहता है, प्रगति चाहता है। लेकिन कुछ विश्लेषक हैं जो राष्ट्रपति ओबामा के जो उनके अपने दोनों संबंधों को लेकर के एक प्रगतिनात्मक जो एक दिशा देने की कोशिश की गई, उसको अपनी नीतियों को उन्होंने कोई जमीनी स्तर पर ऐसा बदलाव हुआ है ऐसा नहीं मानते हैं। दोनों ऐसा जो दीर्घकालिक दोनों संबंधों में कोई दीर्घकालिक सुधार लाए। पेपर आगे प्रेजेंट जो मैं कर रही प्रस्तावना के तौर पर मैंने भूमिका जो इनकी रही है, तो उसमें प्रस्तावना में ओबामा युग में भारत और अमेरिका के मध्य सामरिक संबंध एक भूमिका के तौर पर। इससे पहले कि हमें ये जानना होगा कि अमेरिका और भारत के रणनीतिक संबंध देखें, हमें ये समझना होगा कि रणनीतिक संबंध है क्या। आखिर राष्ट्रों के मध्य रणनीतिक संबंध आमतौर पर उन मुद्दों से संबंधित होते हैं जो कि किसी राष्ट्र की रणनीतिक दृष्टि से महत्वपूर्ण रक्षा सुरक्षा को लेकर द्विपक्षीय महत्व को के व्यापार और वाणिज्य दोनों पक्षों द्वारा पहचाने गए। पारस्परिक हितों तथा रक्षा में परमाणु हथियारों में शामिल होने वाले बाद के कई देशों के साथ रणनीतिक संबंध स्थापित करने का महत्व बढ़ गया है। शीत युद्ध की अवधि में कई देश राज्य विस्तारित रणनीतियों के संबंध में देखा गया है कि यहाँ तक कि गुटनिरपेक्ष आंदोलन को स्थापित करने के लिए सीधे तौर पर किसी भी समाजवादी या पूंजीवादी गुटों में शामिल न होना भारत का एक रणनीतिक ही कदम था, जो देश के हित के लिए और विश्व में किसी भी राज्य को नुकसान न पहुंचाने के लिए एक जो निर्णय था वो रणनीतिक निर्णय ही था। भारत की आज़ादी से संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका यूएसएसआर के साथ संतोषजनक संबंध स्थापित हो चुका था। अध्यादेश और भारत एवं संयुक्त राष्ट्र अमेरिका के मध्य रणनीतिक संबंधों के कुछ महत्वपूर्ण पहलू हैं। सितंबर 2014 और जनवरी 2015 में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और राष्ट्रपति बराक ओबामा की पहली 2 बैठकों को उत्साह और दोनों देशों के सामूहिक आदर्श जो वाक्य थे, साथ चलें और साझा प्रयास साझा विकास, अथवा 2016 में संयुक्त वक्तव्य 21वीं सदी में वैश्विक साझेदारी में देखा गया है। हमने भारत एवं अमेरिका के मध्य ओबामा प्रशासन के दौरान व उससे पहले बाद में दोनों देशों के रणनीतिक संबंधों के लिए कई उच्च स्तरीय बैठकों को देखा। श्री मोदी ने सितंबर 2014 में अमेरिका का दौरा किया, जहां केवल अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति बराक ओबामा के साथ रणनीति की बैठकें, ओबामा प्रशासन के कई अन्य राजनेताओं के साथ वार्ता, टेलीफोनिक वार्ता, वहां के राज्यों में विभिन्न राजनीतिज्ञों और सदस्यों से विचार विमर्श करना, ये दोनों संबंधों के द्विपक्षीय महत्व को अर्थ को इन सभी चीजों से समझा जा सकता है। जनवरी 2015 में भारत को गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति बराक ओबामा की यात्रा, इसको एक भारत की जो रिश्ते हैं उसको गहरा करना और गति प्रदान करना माना गया है। ये एक केवल भारतीय ही नहीं बल्कि एशिया प्रांत में भी इसको गति मिलेगी, ऐसा दुनिया ने देखा। इन दोनों के कई विदेश मंत्रियों, कई सामरिक महत्व के विषयों पर वार्ता हुई तथा साथ ही वाणिज्य मंत्रियों ने भी उसी समय दोनों देशों के वाणिज्य संबंधों पर वार्ता की। 23 से 28 सितंबर को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने अमेरिका की यात्रा की, जहां पर ओबामा प्रशासन के साथ साथ राष्ट्रपति बराक ओबामा के साथ साथ द्विपक्षीय बैठकें अन्य ओबामा प्रशासन के संबंधित नेताओं, प्रवासी भारतीयों, व्यापार, मीडिया, शिक्षाविदों आदि से वार्तालाप की। 2016 में 31 मार्च 1 अप्रैल को जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने वाशिंगटन डीसी की यात्रा की, जहां पे आयोजित बहुपक्षीय परमाणु प्रसार शिखर सम्मेलन में हिस्सा लिया। 6 से 8 जून के तहत 2015 में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने इसके अतिरिक्त और सरकारी दौरे किए, जहां पर संयुक्त सत्र के रूप में अमेरिकी कांग्रेस द्वारा उनका गर्मजोशी स्वागत हुआ। दोनों देशों के शीर्ष नेताओं की बैठकों के साथ साथ अन्य टेलीफोनिक वार्ताएं हुई, जिससे सुनिश्चित किया गया कि दोनों देशों के मध्य एक अच्छा रणनीतिक संबंध संरक्षित और संवर्धित है। इसके अलावा मार्च 2000 में राष्ट्रपति क्लिंटन जब भारत आए थे, तो एक जो पहल की गई थी, भारत ने ये जाना कि परीक्षणों से जो परमाणु परीक्षणों के वास्तव में सुरक्षित है या नहीं, इस पर एक चर्चा हुई थी वैश्विक पटल पे। तो इस पर उन्होंने राष्ट्रपति क्लिंटन ने ये कहा था कि केवल ये भारत ही निर्धारित कर सकता है कि वो जो परमाणु मिसाइलें, उसकी क्षमता है, उसका विस्तार करने में उनको लाभ है या नहीं है। इसके अपने जो कारण है, भू राजनीतिक और सामरिक कारणों से इसकी सुरक्षा चिंताओं पर ध्यान देना आवश्यक प्रकाश डाला गया है। परमाणु समझौते और परमाणु जरूरतों के जवाब में दोनों देशों और इसे गैर सरकारी करण की मुख्य धारा। ओके सर। मेन जो सामरिक संबंध है वो न्यूक्लियर सप्लायर ग्रुप में उसको भारत को जो है संबंधित किया गया है कि भारत को जो है एनर्जी के विरोध के बावजूद जो है भारत को एक न्यूक्लियर सप्लायर ग्रुप में अमेरिका ने शामिल किया। उसके कारण भारत में एक अच्छी जो है दोनों के बीच संबंध स्थापित हुए। भारत एक विश्व में एक अच्छे परमाणु आपूर्तिकर्ता देशों में शामिल हुआ, जिसे यूरेनियम के साथ प्रौद्योगिकी में खरीदने की अनुमति से एक उदाहरण के तौर पर ये एक परमाणु हथियार राज्य के रूप में डिफॉल्ट मान्यता में शामिल हुआ, सीटीबीटी की इसकी सहमति के बिना। तो इसके अलावा अमेरिकी घरेलू और अन्य उसमें परमाणु रिएक्टर आदि में जो है देखा गया संबंध अमेरिकी परमाणु समझौते के साथ। और फाइनली जो है मैं इसको क्लोज करना चाहूँगी लास्ट में, जो एक बराक ओबामा और मनमोहन सिंह के बीच जो आतंकवाद का मुद्दा था कि जो आतंकवाद दोनों ही देश अपने आतंकवाद को झेल रहे थे। उस आतंकवाद में पहले तो भारत तो झेल ही रहा था, अमेरिका भी जब इसके पक्ष में इसके आतंकवाद के उससे जो है आतंकवाद रोध में दोनों ने क्षमता जब जाहिर करी इसको सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए। इस क्षेत्र में भी सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से आतंकवाद सहयोग पर एक होमलैंड सिक्योरिटी डायलॉग की घोषणा की गई और इस प्रकार 2011 और 13 में आंतरिक रूप से और बाहरी रूप से खतरों को प्रेरित करने के दोनों देशों ने इसे 6 उपक्रमों में जो इसको सामूहिक किया। और इस तरह से जो है भारत और अमेरिका के संबंध जो काफ़ी कुछ ओबामा कार्यकाल में जो है पॉजिटिव रहे हैं, लेकिन H1B1 वीज़ा को लेकर के जब राष्ट्रपति ओबामा ने इसको उस पर रोक लगाई तो इस पर बाद में काफ़ी इस पर ये रहा कि ओबामा सरकार जो है भारत के प्रति पूर्णतः जो है एक संबंधों को अंतिम समय में मैं ये कहूँगी कि 2010 में भारत ओबामा स्थापित यूएस हेल्थ इनिशिएटिव को लेकर भी एक रणनीतिक साझेदारी पर जोर दिया गया था। जब रणनीतिक साझेदारी की बात आती है तो स्वास्थ्य क्षेत्र में भी दोनों देशों ने महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए और इस प्रकार हम कह सकते हैं कि भारत और संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका विश्व के 2 प्राकृतिक सहयोगी रहे हैं जो कि एक दूसरे के पूरक और रणनीतिक रूप से अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण हैं। ये दोनों देशों के बीच बहुत से क्षेत्रीय संबंधों को रणनीतिक साझेदारी को लाभ देते हैं। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच मैम, थैंक यू वेरी मच। आपने बहुत बेहतर रूप से अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट किया।
थैंक यू सर।
आज जब देख रहे हैं कि रसिया और यूक्रेन के बीच में युद्ध चल रहा है, उस दौर में भारत अमेरिका के बीच संबंध से 2 लाइन बोलिए, क्या आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या होना चाहिए, कैसा चल रहा है अभी?
एक्चुअली जो भारत का जो एक रणनीतिक विदेश नीति रही है वो उस पे रही है नॉन अलाइनमेंट वाले पे।
अभी का जो चल रहा है सिचुएशन उस पे पूछ रहा हूँ, जो इंडिया का स्टैंड है उससे आप सहमत हैं या कुछ आप सुझाव देना चाह रही हैं?
हाँ, इंडिया का जो स्टैंड है उससे मैं सहमत तो हूँ क्योंकि जो भी यूक्रेन का है वो एक स्वतंत्र देश है, उस पर किसी का भी अधिकार करना ये एक वैश्विक उस पे दृष्टिकोण से आज के संदर्भ में नहीं देखा जाना चाहिए। हालांकि रसिया से हमारे बहुत अच्छे संबंध रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी वो किसी राष्ट्र को अगर अपने कब्जे में लेना चाह रहा है या किसी भी उस पे लेना चाह रहा है तो वो उस चीज से तो मैं नहीं सहमत हूँ। इसलिए जो अमेरिका के साथ उसकी हाँ।
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सो
थैंक यू थैंक यू।
अंजलि माटे, our next participant is Anjali Mate. All participants are requested to listen carefully. Whenever I am calling the name, you please acknowledge. Anjali Mate. Sangeeta Yadav.
Yes, sir, I am present here.
Sangeeta Yadav, you are requested to present your paper and try to finish your paper within the time limit. Please
Okay,
start
sir.
the paper.
Yes. I am audible, sir.
Yeah, you are audible, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all. Myself, Sangeeta Yadav, research scholar, PhD botany, Dr. C.V. Raman University, Kota, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. My topic is phytosociological analysis and species diversity of herbaceous layer in Mahua Toli. First of all, introduction. The paper purport to make a detailed phytosociological survey was carried out to analyze the structure, composition, distribution, and diversity of herb vegetation. The present work is based on botanical exertion, phytosociological analysis of natural vegetation is recognized as an efficient and appropriate method to select out useful plant species. Mamatoli is a small village in Jaspur district. Objective: investigate the phytosociology and diversity of herbaceous plant to provide a description of the plant communities in the area. The present study is to analyze the phytosociological characteristics and the diversity pattern of herbaceous plants. Material and methods: study sites, survey, and sampling collection. The temperature range is from 10 degrees centigrade in winter to 2 degrees centigrade in summer. The total annual precipitation in between 1,200. Several field investigations have been conducted on ethnobotanical knowledge of the tribes of this area. The villages were visited in different seasons to avail the plant resources. During the first phase of the study, survey were conducted the phytosociological analysis of herbaceous vegetation. Underground portion with the help of different plants. Result: the maximum of 10 herb species were recorded from all the study sites during winter season, summer season, and rainy season. Investigation belonging to 7 family. Maximum number of 10 herb plant species were recorded at the site. In the month of June, for a clover plant is 70.1 and henbin plant 40.2, and IVI followed by as 18 and 46.21. The important value index of herb species of this site revealed that clover were the least dominant. Phytosociological attribute of the herb plant species at site 1. The research analysis of data as presented in the site 1. 10 plant species in the site. Frequency, relative density, abundance, and IVI, important value index. Maximum plant clover and henbin plant species is more than plant species of the site. Discussion. From the study sites belonging to 7 family, all these species are not equally important, but there are only a few overtopping species which by their bug and growth modify the habitat and control the growth of other species of this community. As these species, the research analysis of data revealed that a maximum of 10 plant herb species and 7 families. Their composition and development and the relationship between the species within them. All these species are important. Conclusion: the herbaceous diversity of the study are areas was found to be represented by 10 plant species belonging to 10 genera and under 7 families. The primary conclusion is that there is low grazing pressure and moderate human impact on normal distribution of herb species. Then last one is references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Very nice presentation, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now I would like to call next participant, Dr. Mohammad Siddiqui Hussain. Dr. Mohammad Siddiqui Hussain. Please acknowledge and present the paper. I think he is not online. Vandana Gupta. Vandana Gupta. Divya Nigam. Resma Jain.
Yes, sir, I'm present.
Ma'am, you are requested to present your paper. Please start your paper.
Okay, sir.
Try to
Okay, sir.
paper within 3 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Yes, sir. I will try, sir.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Visible, sir?
Yes, audio.
Okay, sir. Respected sir, good afternoon to all present here. Myself, Mrs. Reshma Jain. I am research scholar. My research center is Department of Zoology, Government E. Raghavendra Rao, PG Science College, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. My research supervisor is Dr. Rasmi Sao, Professor of Zoology, Government E. Raghavendra Rao, PG Science College, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. And now I am here to explain about the study on species and diversity in Kasabel Pond of Jaspur district, Chhattisgarh, India. Let's see the content, introduction, material methods, result and discussion, conclusion, references. Let's see about the introduction part. We know that diversity is the variousness of something like plant and animal present in the world. In other words, we can say that the measure of variation at the species and ecosystem level is known as diversity. At present time, in Indian, 2 fin species are sold in 12% of diversity. Different types of species are present in ponds and rivers, but all are similar in their structure and physiology. So according to this, each species can be divided into a number of groups and taxa. Example, piscus are placed on one group. According to the summary given by Khusro in 1995, 1,26,188 is the total number of living species in India, and piscus is only 2.2%, that is 2546 species. And the total area of Jaspur district is 6205 km square. Kasabel village is located in Kasabel Tehsil of Jaspur district in Chhattisgarh. The total geographical area of village is 864.94 hectares. It comes under Satsalgaon Assembly constituency and Raigad Parliamentary constituency. Kunkuri is nearest town to Kasabel for all major economic activities, which is approximately 26 km away. It is common that fishes are widely used as an important food source by humans, etc. Jaspur district is a tribal place. It has a greater range of flora and fauna. I want to say that it is my good choice to study fish culture in pond because till now no studies here has been done by any ichthyologist, and here the map of Chhattisgarh has been given. Let's go through material methods. By doing survey, I found Kasabel Pond. Here the picture of the Kasabel Pond is given from where the species and diversity has been noted for further study purpose, and also map of Jaspur has been described in picture. Second, sample collection. The recent work has been done in the year 2020-21. Samples were collected on 4 weekly intervals by using different kind of nets, and fishes were collected with the help of local fishermen. And about the preservation method, after the collection of fishes from pond, the specimen were preserved in 8 to 10% formalin. Identification, after we will identify them after the preservation following observation has been done. Observations are most important to be noted while studying about species and diversity. First, the local name of fishes were asked from fishermen at that time only and noted. Some character of fishes were noted first in fresh state only, and second character were noted afterwards when the fishes were brought to laboratory. Result. Let's go through the result and discussion. First, about the depth of water. In the recent work carried out in the year 2020-21 at Kasabel Pond, first the depth of the water was also noticed. It is noted that at the month of April, the minimum depth of water was 6 to 7 meters at middle area, and in rainy season, the depth of water of middle area extends up to maximum 12 to 13 meters. Basis of categorization is also important. The collected fish are classified firstly on the basis of habitat and secondly on the basis of feeding habits. The explanation of the table of the list of fishes Kasabel Pond as follows. Here it is mentioned about the different types of fishes and their number, which we came to know after the study of the pond of Kasabel. 15 species belong to Khatincelera, 4 orders and 8 families. The name of 4 orders are Sapiniform, Ophiocephaliform, Perciform, and Mascasimbaliform. And it is noted that the maximum species belong to order Sapiniform, that is 11 species. The given picture are of the fishes which have identified. After the study and further finding, we came to the conclusion that the final result suggests that Kasabel Pond is rich in diversity of fishes, and fish culture is mainly done in combined fisheries societies. Large fishes are the major the group cultivation. Practice of combined culture are done by Lady Rohita, Cyrilus migra, Saccharus carpio, etc. For local fishermen, is only sources of income for them, and it is very important that areas needed to be sustainable management. For this work, I have gone through many references to complete this work. Thank you so much for listening me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to request Mrs. Garima Rathore. Garima Rathore, Dr. Saukat Ahmad Sheikh, Dr. Vijayasri Bodh, Dr. Mausami Datta, Anand Kumar Agrawal. Anand Agrawal, sir. आनंद अग्रवाल, मैं आपको देख पा रहा हूं सर, प्लीज एक्नॉलेज। आनंद अग्रवाल, आनंद अग्रवाल सर, सर ऑनलाइन है लेकिन शायद मेरी आवाज नहीं सुन पा रहे हैं। प्रोफेसर वीना, प्रोफेसर वीना, प्रोफेसर वीना चिरंजे, अर्चना कुमारी, जेमनी भिंडे।
Yes, sir, I'm available.
Ma'am, please start the paper.
Sure, sir, I'll do that. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gemini Bhinde. I am from Mumbai, Thane, and currently I am pursuing my PhD from KSKV Kutch University. I would like to thank all the dignitaries over here for giving us this opportunity to present a paper. Without wasting much of your time, I'll start my presentation. Is my screen visible, sir?
No. Yes. Yes,
Is it
ma'am.
visible, sir? All right.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, the presentation is a study on impact of Mahadera on stakeholders of real estate residential in Mumbai. We all know that house is very close to our heart. ऐसा कहा जाता है कि दुनिया का सोल एक घर होता है. So, stakeholders of real estate residential project of Mumbai. Basically, housing is part of the industry and real estate industry now it is specific. Maharashtra is governed by the real estate industry of Maharashtra. Introduction this paper is an endeavor to study the Indian real estate market broadly and residential real estate market of Mumbai in specific post implementation of Maharashtra RERA Act. The real estate market is a significant component of a country's economy. Indian real estate sector is second largest employment provider after agriculture. Real estate sector is anticipated to grow to rupees 65,000 crore in the year 2040 from merely a 12,000 crore in 2019 as per the data provided by IBEF, that is Indian Brand Equity Foundation. Now, real estate sector has been primarily unregulated and there was acute dearth of professionalism, standardization and adequate consumer protection. We know that till date there was no regulatory body which was governing the real estate market, but now we have Maharashtra RERA, or in general for India we have RERA, that is a Real Estate Regulatory Act, which is going to govern the real estate market. I would like to skip this literature review because only 3 minutes are provided for presenting this paper. So I'll skip this literature 1, 2, 3, and 4. Moving on to the objective of the study. The objective of the study is to study whether implementation of Maharera Act is effective in Mumbai or not. And second objective is to examine and discuss the impact of Maharera on stakeholders, that is developers, bank and NBFCs, and customers of residential real estate market of Mumbai. Research methodology adopted is exploratory research based on the past literature from respective journals, research reports, online newspapers, and websites. So, in short, standing literature is being used to understand and examine the effect of Maharera Act on the stakeholders of real estate market in Mumbai. So, the first stakeholder is developer. A developer is a person who builds land with the intention of selling them and profiting from them. Is termed as a developer. Development commercial or retail development plans or restoration. We have a lot of developers like Adha, Rustamji, Tata, Goresh. These are termed as developers since they develop a building and they second stakeholder is bank and NBFCs. Banking financial institution or the non-bank financial company are the most important financial institution in any financial system. In context of real estate, they provide funding to developers for construction projects, industry. Customer, you know customer industry. So customers are the one who are buying the real estate property and from them for their industry on them. Last stakeholder list is broker agency maximum time at least brokers are the people who involve themselves in transactions real estate property.
Ma'am, your voice is not coming. Jamni Binde, ma'am. Your voice is not coming, ma'am. I think she is disconnected. Jamni Binde, ma'am. Okay. Dr. Vijay Vyas. Dr. Vijay Vyas, sir. Dr. Vijay Vyas, sir. Subhash Chand. Subhash Chand. Prabhakar Kumar, sir. Prabhakar Kumar, sir. Dr. Manjunath.
Yes, sir. Prabhakar Kumar is here, sir.
सर आपका प्रेजेंटेशन है सर?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Sir, can I speak, sir?
Okay. What is the topic of your presentation?
My name is Prabhakar Kumar. I'm doing research work from the Kuwar Singh University, Ara, Bihar. My topic name is Midday Meal Program, Nutritional Status, School Attainments in Buxar district of Bihar.
Okay.
But today,
you're requested to finish your paper within the time.
Yeah. Today is my topic is benefits of midday meals scheme in India. Can I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Education plays an important role in the development of human potential. Education promotes mobilization and encourages people to participate in development activities, but the educational progress of a country state is dependent on parallel development in its elementary education. So the government of India and also all the state of government are spending considerable portion of their limited resources to provide educational facilities all over the country. In spite of these efforts, the goal of percentage 100% universalization of elementary education appears to be far and exclusive due to inherent present in the society. According to the to an estimate by UNO, 4 out of 10 children in India are not meeting their full human potential because of chronic undernutrition. Malnutrition is widely prevalent in India among the school going children, which makes schooling difficult for them. Now we will discuss on midday meal scheme. What is midday meal scheme? Hence, to combat these problems, the government of India and the state governments have initiated several programs. Midday meals program is one of them. The government of India launched a nutritional program of nutritional support to primary education, NPNSP, popularly known as midday meal scheme, as on August 15, 1995. The key objective of scheme is to help improve the effectiveness of primary education by improving the nutritional status of primary school children in the country. This scheme provides meals to all children enrolled in public schools, local body schools, and government of funded school. The main objective of the scheme is to address issue of hunger and education of the school going children. Now we will discuss on benefits of MDMs. The main benefits of this scheme are as follow. The midday meal program have been proved very beneficial in reducing classroom hunger. My research finding indicates that MDMs has helped in increasing in attendance and enrollment of children, particularly girls. There is an increase in retention and learning ability of children. The scheme has increased socialization among the children and creates a platform for children of all social economic backgrounds to take meals together. MDMs has created a new employment opportunities for underprivileged section and empowerment of women through employment. Now, reference is there from Economic Survey GOI 2019-20 and all. Nutritional Monitoring Bureau Annual Report, Nutritional Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad 1992 and all. Thank you, Prabhakar Kumar, Research Scholar, Department of Economics, Veer Kumar Singh University, Ara, Bihar. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prabhakar sir. Thank you very much. Very nice presentation by you. And now I would like to request.
I was giving you.
Gemini Vinde ma'am, we will give you chance at last, huh? Whatever is left, you just conclude at that time. Okay, ma'am? Gemini Vinde ma'am, you the paper, the part which is rest, you present in last. You are requested to be online. I will call you. Dr. Manjunath. Dr. Manjunath, Devesh Kumar Soni, Dr. Pankaj Bhagat, Dr. Damayanti, Sneha Kumari.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. Okay, ma'am, please present your paper, ma'am.
Currently, I'm professor in Government Law College, Chhindwara. Today, my topic is climate change and its impact on human health. Today, everyone is known to the term climate change. The Earth, which is our planet, is the most beautiful and the only habitable planet in the Milky Way. Humans have been walking on this planet for 6 million years. Earth provides everything which makes human life sustainable, life from grass to granite. Environment on the earth make life possible and livable. But climate is changing since the evolution of the earth. But recently it was observed that it has taken up the speed which has become threat to the mankind and the very existence of the planet. Climate change, we can define a long-term change in the Earth climate, especially a change due to the increase in the average atmospheric temperature. Today I don't need to define climate change. The heat we are facing or feeling today in the season of summer, we can feel the climate change itself. We don't need to read any report or anything. We are feeling climate change. The world climate is changing due to human activity, which is called, this climate change is anthropogenic. Okay? And this climate change is bringing health emergency as declared by the WHO. Climate change affects human health in many ways, like increasing air temperature, extreme weather events, air impurity, and water insecurity. Significant effect of global warming is at very high temperature. Our body is unable to regulate itself in many ways. Body is unable to regulate itself in high temperature, and it results in heat exhaustion and heat strokes. And it also results in chronic disease like a heart disease, kidney disease, and lung disease. In 2003, Europe, 7,000 premature death was resulted only due to heat stroke. Air impurity. Coming to the air impurity, by burning fossil fuels, we don't emit greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, but we also release toxic pollutants in the atmosphere, which are injurious to our health, and it is causing disease like asthma, lung cancer, and pneumonia. According to WHO, World Health Organization, air pollution is the single cause for the premature death globally. Air pollution also results in illness and millions of the deaths. Another impact of the climate change is extreme weather events like hurricanes, wildfire, drought, flood, extreme precipitation, events like a storm, which results in death, power destruction, damaged road, damaged telephone communication. Due to these, many persons who are facing this extreme weather event are unable to access emergency health services, which ultimately results in death of the many person. Coming to water insecurity, due to the extreme weather events, people face the water insecurity. Things like storm, flood, drought, and things like storm, flood, drought have contaminated water supply, and people don't have access to clean water for cooking and drinking, which also result in diseases. Crops. Coming to the crops, higher level of CO2 in the atmosphere result in decreased level of nutrition in crop, which ultimately affect the human health. As CO2 level increase, the protein level would continue to decrease and will lead to malnutrition and worsening health. Significantly, climate change has also significant effect on mental health also. We can see that whenever there is an extreme weather event like hurricanes or flood, drought, people from that area suffers from anxiety and depression. Climate change directly affects the human health in many ways and ultimately causes illness and death. Climate change, now we can say that climate change is health emergency and we don't have time to waste. It affects physical and mental health. The only solution is the decreasing level of emission in the atmosphere. Action should be taken at individual, regional, and state and national level. But we cannot do at regional or state, but at the individual level, what can we do? We can go to net zero emission, cycling, pool car, we can drive car by pulling, we can use energy efficient appliances, and we can decrease the use of red meat and consumption of dairy product, which ultimately leads to the carbon emission. So I would like to request everyone that kindly follow the suggestions for reducing your own emissions, by which we can mitigate climate change and we can reverse the effect of climate change on human health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
प्रवीण सर, जेमिनी हियर. आई डिडंट नो मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन खत्म हुआ कि नहीं. मैं बोल ही रही थी, मतलब आई मीन आई वाज कंटिन्यूइंग फॉर 4-5 minutes and I was not aware whether I was disconnected or not.
Actually, ma'am, more than half paper is presented by you. So we'll give you in last 2 minutes. Also, I will give you for conclusion and suggestion. If you are willing, then you can. Otherwise, no problem.
I mean, half paper was
No,
presented, right?
No, your time was already over. We'll give you 30 seconds if you are willing to present your conclusion and finding if you want to give.
मतलब मेरा हाफ प्रेजेंटेशन हो गया था ना, 30 seconds के लिए बाकी था ना.
Yes, yes.
Okay, if you are okay and you want to save your time, I am pretty okay to not to present my conclusion because everyone is waiting in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Very nice presentation by you, but due to some technical or network issue, you were disconnected. Thank you very much, Gemini Vinde ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. I thought I was not there and I was talking alone.
No, nothing like that. Thank you. Now I would like to request Arup Kumar Tiwari sir, Arvind Bai sir, Sailja Mishra, Vandana Sharma, हमारे बीच में यदि कोई ऐसा पार्टिसिपेंट हो जिसका नाम बुलाया गया हो.
Yes, sir. I'm Priyanka Tripathi, sir.
Okay, ma'am. What is your topic, ma'am?
Sir, my topic is policy measure to improve the socio-economic condition of women in India.
Okay, you present your paper, ma'am.
Yeah, I can present. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
please. Please start.
Yes, sir. I'm just starting. Sir, my screen is visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. A very good afternoon, right? A very good evening to all of you. So my today's title is Policy Measure to Improve the Socio-Economic Condition of Women in India. I'm a research scholar, Priyanka Tripathi, and I'm guided by Dr. Pratima Vaas. And I'm a research scholar from CV Raman University, Bilaspur. So if I'm talking about the abstract of this, the status of women in India is still very not very good throughout the country. The women especially from the women from disadvantaged, marginalized, and socio-economically backward areas of society, which are very much affected by difficulties and obstacles that worsens their situation, like verbal abuse, physical abuse, sexual harassment, trafficking, dowry harassment, neglect, discriminatory treatment, poverty, backwardness, illiteracy, unawareness, and unemployment are just examples of these. As a result, it is critical to raise awareness and develop policies that will aid in the elimination of all these issues while also encouraging people to pursue possibilities for empowerment. The goal of this study paper is to propose policy approaches to enhance women's socio-economic status. And the keyword which we will be going through is human rights, improvement, measure, protection, condition. So the steps which that must be implemented to enhance the status of women are very deemed critical, and particularly for women who live in rural communities, tribal groups, and the women who live in metropolitan areas and belong to poor and economically deprived parts of society. Women from disadvantaged, marginalized, and socioeconomic backward parts of society who are largely employed in minority employment. This I wanted to say that they are employed, but in a minority employment are the one who needs to be targeted for reforms. Aside from the advancement and empowerment, this women need to enhance their health. Their primarily goal is to develop the source of money in order to enhance their general living situation. The most common factor for improving women's conditions are education, employment opportunities, participation in productive and worthwhile activities, equal rights and opportunities, participation in social, economic, and political, religion, and cultural activities. Adding to it, formation of good terms and relationship with family and community members, socialization, maintenance of good health and well-being, and availability of amenities and services. I'm skipping few slides. I'm directly going for I'm not going in detail about the women's social situation, economical situations, and other things. I'm directly coming to where we are talking about the what are the different measures which we can take to improve socioeconomic condition. One is education attainment. The education is recognized as a critical tool in bringing about advances in the status of women. Women and girls from rural areas typically have a very low level of education or none at all. This is one of the primary causes of their deprivation and backwardness. So the educational attainment is very, very important. Then opportunities for employment. Women from economically disadvantaged areas of society have the primary goal for reducing poverty and producing money. This goal even prevents their children from enrolling in school and instead encourage them to participate in the variety of career option. And we have seen that child labor is also a very common practice in India. Then if you talk about, if at all, the measures which we can take, that is friendly interaction with family members and the community members, because it is very critical and very important women to establish friendly terms and connection with the family and community members, both within and outside the family. So this is very important, that the family seems to be very basic upon which an individual growth and development are based. Then talking about socialization, socialization is viewed as a very crucial in order to attain the intended goals and objectives. And any task or function cannot be performed in isolation. Further, one cannot achieve one's aim and ambition on their own. So socialization is very important. When working on academic assignment, one must conduct research and mingle with people in order to gather ideas and suggestions. Then we have to see that the abuse and mistreatment elimination should be there. The women and girls are abused and mistreated predominantly, whole of the, I can say, not only the rural communities, but yes, it is there. And among family belonging to disadvantaged and socioeconomically backward parts of the society. Then we need to encourage the technology and innovative thinking. The women economic inclusion can be aided by formation and communication technology, particularly in high productive services and industries, which increases access to the knowledge and the technology. Then if you talk about the human rights are defined as a fundamental rights that is available to all people. The Indian Constitution also provides men and women equal rights. So earlier, it is showed in the articles also about that how the women can, they can protect the rights for the women. Special, it is under the Indian Constitution, and majorly individual contribution is fully aware of the Article 42, Article 51A, and which is talking about, among the most important are Equal Remuneration Act, the Prevention of Immoral Traffic Act, the Sati Prevention Act, the Dowry Prohibition Act, and so on. And aside from that, there's other Indian laws for women protection, which we have taken into consideration, and we have to talk about lot of awareness happening in those areas. So the following areas are the state policy principles, which is specifically aimed at to enhance the status of women and their protection, like Article 39, 39A, Article 42, and Article 45. They talk about mostly about the women's rights. And the conclusion, which I would like to end with this: education, employment opportunities, participation in productive activities, equal rights and opportunities, participation in other productive tasks, relationship with family and community members, socialization, health and well-being amenities and facilities, and elimination of abuse and mistreatment are the amongst the major measures that must be developed to improve the situation. And there are a lot of reference which I have taken from that. With this, I would like to thank you all for a lot of patience hearing from my side. I'm Priyanka Tripathi, again guided by Dr. Pratima Vyas from C.V. Raman University, Bilaspur. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Priyanka Tripathi ma'am. You presented your paper very nicely, and your PPT was also very nice. Women empowerment is required in our country, not only our country. There is a lot of issues with the women.
Hello, sir.
हाँ अनुराग, अनुराग जी बताइए. If any participant has left and not presented the paper,
hello,
they are requested.
Excuse me, sir. I am Manjunath from Karnataka, sir. Can I present?
Manjunath, Manjunath sir, Sarvan, and Anurag. Huh? Okay.
Yes.
So please start, Manjunath sir. And
Yes, sir.
time is limited. You have to complete your paper within.
Yes,
3 minutes.
definitely.
Huh?
Definitely,
Followed
definitely.
by Sarvan Jha.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes, sir.
thereafter,
Yes, sir.
Thereafter Anuragi ji. If any other participant has left, please acknowledge so that. Okay, only 3 has left. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now please start, Manjunath sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody. I am Dr. Manjunath. I am presently working as Assistant Professor in Department of Education, Sahyadri College, Shivamogga, Karnataka State. My topic is the impact of globalization on teacher education in India, the problems and realities. Dear friends, we know that the education system of any nation is greatly influenced by political, economic, and social, cultural aspects of the society. Tremendous changes are brought in all these aspects is due to globalization. The globalization is the result of human innovation and technological progress. It reflects to the movement of people and knowledge across the international borders. Globalization has identified with a number of international trends. These include the greater movement of commodities, information and people, technology, legal system, exchange of educational programs, etc. Let's see the relationship between globalization and teacher education. Globalization has brought tremendous changes in the field of education too. People started looking for quality of education as it a mark of improved living conditions. Several universities in India entered into the MOU with the foreign universities, like the faculty exchange programs, curriculum design invitees, several new texts which did not find the place even before, digital learning, classroom teaching, company variety of learning experiences, CI, etc. Let's see how globalization is going to affect on teacher education. The tremendous changes are taking place in the world. This would certainly influence the system of education. Under these circumstances, education in general, the teacher education in particular, need to be revitalized. Some job opportunities, transmission of culture, etc. are the strongest proponents for the globalization of education. The globalization is going to affect also the objectives of education. These objectives of education are going to change like this. The self-learning, it means preparing the students to learn to diverse sources of information in their own by using technology, linked learning, synthesis of knowledge, unique culture, interactive education, competitiveness, technology-mediated education, quality-conscious education, research-based education, objective-based education like this. In this way, the global challenges that influence all areas of human life in the world are the conditions that are naturally going on as the consequence of the rapid development of science and technology. Let's say the teacher quality is the key word for ensuring the any quality of education. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. And now I would like to request Shravan Jha.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening to all of you. And myself, Shravan Kumar Jha, and presently I am pursuing PhD from Dr. C.V. Raman University, Chhattisgarh, Bilaspur. And my topic is financial inclusion in the new technological era. Technology, though being a great enabler, can also lead to exclusion of certain segment of society. Reserve Bank Governor Shaktikant Das said in his keynote address at a webinar in investing in investor education in India, priority for action, organized by the NCAR. The RBI governor added that it was imperative to build in formal financial services among the hitherto excluded population. The intervention in financial education would have to be customized in local language and local setting, keeping the different target audience in mind, he pointed out. The scaling up of Central of Financial Literacy, that is CFL, project across the country at the block level would be the cornerstone of the community-led participatory approach in the journey towards greater financial literacy, he added. The governor also stated that in a large country like India, with an aspiring population, financial education cannot remain just the responsibility of financial sector regulator. This initiative has been started in India in the aftermath of first All India Rural Credit Survey in 1954 with promotion of cooperatives. This was followed later by in 1956 with the nationalization of life insurance company. This was followed by nationalization of banks in 1969 and 1980. The general insurance companies were nationalized in 1972. This was followed later by expansion of branch network after nationalization of major private sector banks, launch of lead bank scheme, promotion of self-help group, joint liability group, implementation of banking correspondence model, that is BC model, expansion of banking outlets, creation of payment banks and a small finance bank, among others. A review of the status of financial inclusion in India indicates that a host of initiatives have been undertaken over the years in the financial inclusion domain, with the creation of Unique Identification Authority of India, that is UIDAI, to issue Aadhaar, followed by the introduction of Aadhaar payment bridge system by the National Payment Corporation of India. The latest initiative, which has accelerated the growth of the unbanked population, include Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. Official reports from Ministry of Finance indicates that more than 43.50 crore accounts with deposit amounting to 1,45,272 crore up to September 29, 2021 have been opened under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana scheme. To take care of the financial needs in old age, a pension product named Atal Pension Yojana, guaranteed by the Government of India, has also been made available to the newly included bank account holders. Under APA, a subscriber that is 18 to 40 years will receive fixed monthly pension in the range of rupees 1,000 to rupees 5,000 after completion 60 years of age, depending on the contribution made by the subscriber. RBI Financial Diary, Financial Inclusion Index, and government initiative. The approach paper on the National Strategy for Financial Inclusion 2019 to 2024, released by RBI in January 2020, provides a brief analysis and method for measurement of progress. Indicators are categorized under three types based on supply side data, that is access, usage, and quality of services. Access is in terms of point of services like the number of ATMs, banking outlets per lakhs of population. Usage is seen with respect to the proportion of adults who have opened account, who have obtained credit or insurance, who get pension, or who have taken agriculture or MSME loan. quality is assessed in terms of financial literacy and capability of individuals. Now I am coming to the conclusion point. As per Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, there are requirements of 3 types of connectivity for a man, that is physical, knowledge and electronic connectivity. In case of growing economy like India, there is a requirement of an easy, safe or authenticated payment system. With the introduction of new technology, transfer of money become easy and fast. In today's times, nobody can think about banking without talking technology. If we look at a country as large as India, where the ticket size is very small and yet the volumes are very huge, we really cannot do anything in a country like this unless we use the technology extensively. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Sogan sir, thank you very much. Topic financial inclusion was very nice and you presented very nicely. Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Anurag.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please start your paper, sir.
Good evening, sir. This side, sir, am I properly audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay, sir. So myself, Anurag Gupta. Now I am pursuing PhD from in journalism and mass communication from Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar Central University, Lucknow. My research thesis topic is a study of Swayam MOOCs platforms contribution in providing e-learning opportunity to the student pursuing higher education. इसके रिगार्डिंग एक हिंदी बेल्ट पे एक जो रिसर्च किया गया रिसर्च पे प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए उसका टॉपिक है 1 second sir, I want to share screen. Okay. So am I audible, sir?
You're audible, you're visible, you're loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you, sir. सर मेरा टॉपिक जो सर इस प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए था सर मैं कि कोरोना काल में परिषदीय विद्यालयों में ऑनलाइन शिक्षण एक सर्वेक्षणात्मक अध्ययन उत्तर प्रदेश के रायबरेली जिले के एक विशेष संदर्भ में ऑनलाइन टीचिंग इन काउंसलिंग स्कूल ड्यूरिंग द कोविड-19 पीरियड. बेसिकली सर हम सभी जानते हैं कि 2019 में जब ये हमारे सामने वैश्विक महासंकट स्वास्थ्य संकट कोरोना आया तो हम लोगों को मतलब पूरा उसके लिए बिल्कुल तैयार नहीं, अचानक से आया हुआ संकट था और ये मतलब हमारी ह्यूमन लाइफ को पूरी तरह से हर क्षेत्रों में प्रभावित किया कहीं ना कहीं हर प्रकार से. तो इससे जो हमारी एजुकेशन सिस्टम था उसको भी एक बहुत बड़ी क्राइसिस का सामना करना पड़ा, जो कि एजुकेशन जो कि मानव जीवन के सुस्थित एवं शांतिपूर्ण आनंददायक एवं प्रगतिशील विकास के लिए परम आवश्यक है, उसके लिए भी इसमें बहुत ज्यादा मतलब इसे चैलेंज फेस करने पड़े. तो उन सब परिस्थितियों में हम लोगों ने ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन की तरफ शिफ्ट किया. और ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन का क्या कि जैसे डेवलप कंट्रीज हैं और हम एक अंडर डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज या डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज ग्रुप में ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन के लिए कितना तैयार थे इसके पहले से पैंडेमिक के पहले से. इवन हायर एजुकेशन में तो कहीं ना कहीं हम कुछ प्रयोग कर भी रहे थे, हमारे पास कुछ इनिशिएटिव थे जिनके माध्यम से हम थोड़ा बहुत ई लर्निंग या ऑनलाइन लर्निंग से जुड़े हुए थे. लेकिन प्राइमरी के लेवल पर एकदम से अचानक से आ जाना और फिर प्राइमरी के बच्चे जो छोटे होते हैं उनसे कैसे इंटरेक्ट किया जाए, तो इन सबके बीच जब 2019 में हमारे यहाँ कोरोना लॉकडाउन उत्तर प्रदेश में यहाँ भी लग गया, जब पूरे देश में ही लगा हुआ था, तो पहले सेशन तो यहाँ पे बंद ही चल रहे थे. लेकिन जब वो एक लंबे टाइम तक चल रहा था, लंबे टाइम पे कोरोना चल रहा था, तो फिर यहाँ की गवर्नमेंट ने डिसीजन लिया कि छोटे बच्चों को भी ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन, जबकि यहाँ के जो प्राइमरी स्कूल हैं उनके लिए कहा गया. तो फिर ये 2020 के सेशन में यहाँ ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन के लिए स्टार्ट किया गया. लेकिन अब ऑनलाइन रूरल लेवल पे रिसोर्सेज और डिजिटल डिवाइड इन सब मुद्दों को लेके फिर तमाम रिपोर्ट एनएसओ की भी आई कि हमारे पास कम से कम 25% लोगों के पास इंटरनेट फैसिलिटी है मात्र, या फिर और भी अच्छे इंटरनेट फैसिलिटी मात्र 20% लोगों के. तो मुझे लगा कि क्यों ना इसको एक प्राइमरी डाटा पे इसको डायरेक्ट जाके स्कूलों पे इस पे एक रिसर्च करना चाहिए. तो मैं इसको लेके मैंने प्राइमरी डाटा रिसर्च किया रायबरेली जिले के 6 डिस्ट्रिक्ट से। सभी रायबरेली डिस्ट्रिक्ट के सभी 6 तहसीलों से मैंने 8 स्कूल उठाए, 5 प्राइमरी एंड 3 अपर प्राइमरी, रैंडम सैम्पलिंग टेक्निक से। और जो ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ द स्टडीज हैं, परिषदीय विद्यालयों में ऑनलाइन शिक्षण की पहुंच और स्थिति का अध्ययन करना, परिषदीय विद्यालयों में ऑनलाइन शिक्षण प्रदान करने के लिए आवश्यक आधारभूत संसाधनों की उपलब्धता का अध्ययन करना। जो रिसर्च मैथोडोलॉजी रही है, प्लस ये डिस्क्रिप्टिव नेचर का हमारा ये जो स्टडी है, और इसमें प्राइमरी एंड सेकेंडरी डाटा का प्रयोग किया गया है। प्राइमरी डाटा के लिए हमने जैसा कि पहले ही बताया, मैं मतलब जिले के सभी 6 तहसीलों में जाके वहां से 8 स्कूलों को मैंने रैंडम टेक्निक से सेलेक्ट किया, और वहां के 2 टीचर से मैंने एक क्वेश्चनायर भरवाया और उनसे क्वेश्चन पूछे। तो उन्हीं क्वेश्चन की फाइंडिंग जो आई है वो मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा। ओके सर, थोड़ा टेक्निकल ग्लिचेस की वजह से ये शायद आ नहीं पा रहा है ये जो फाइंडिंग्स है, लेकिन मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि सर सबसे जो महत्व निकल के आई कि अबाउट मैंने 96 टीचर से बात की और 48 स्कूल का मैंने जाके डायरेक्ट सर्वे किया। तो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात ये निकल के आई कि अबाउट 50% स्कूल ऐसे थे जहां के 0 से 10% बच्चों के पास ऐसे रिसोर्सेज थे कि जो ऑनलाइन एक्सेस कर सकते थे एजुकेशन को, और अबाउट 25% बच्चे ऐसे थे जो 25% स्कूल ऐसे थे जहां से 10 से 25% के अबाउट बच्चों के पास एक्सेस था, और 51 से 75% या 75% से एबोव के ऊपर कोई भी ऐसा स्कूल नहीं था जहां पे पूरे 100% बच्चों के पास या एबोव 75% बच्चों के पास एक्सेस रहा हो। तो ऐसी स्थिति में अबाउट जो मैंने कैलकुलेशन की, तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग जब डाटा एनालिसिस किया तो अबाउट 26% बच्चे ही ऑनलाइन एक्सेस तक पहुंच पा रहे थे मात्र। ये हमारे लिए मतलब बड़ी सोचने वाली बात है कि अभी जब हमारे यहाँ राइट टू एजुकेशन है, उस दिशा में हम 26% बच्चों के पास एजुकेशन पहुंचा पा रहे हैं, तो उसके लिए हमें बहुत ज्यादा काम करने की जरूरत है। और जब वहाँ टीचर से बात की गई कि मतलब आप कितना सहज पाते हैं, आप कितना कंफर्ट पाते हैं इसको लेके कि आप एजुकेशन को लेके कितना कंफर्ट पाते हैं पढ़ाने में, ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन को लेके, तो टीचर्स ने अबाउट 50% टीचर्स ने कहा कि हम भी उतना कंफर्ट नहीं पाते हैं क्योंकि इसके लिए हमें प्रॉपर मुझे ट्रेंड नहीं किया गया है। और फिर ऐसे ही तमाम क्वेश्चन पूछे गए कि जैसे कि मतलब जो ये पार्टिसिपेशन है स्टूडेंट का 25% है मात्र, 25 से 26%, तो कम होने का क्या कारण है। तो ज्यादातर जो मेजर फाइंडिंग निकल के आई कि जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, हमारे बच्चे हैं, उनके पास बेसिकली जो ऑनलाइन के लिए फैसिलिटीज होनी चाहिए, लाइक स्मार्टफोन, इंटरनेट फैसिलिटी, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, ये बहुत प्रॉब्लम है। और उसके बाद फिर स्लो इंटरनेट जिनके पास इंटरनेट भी है, या फिर इंटरनेट का जो परचेज करने के, अफोर्ड करने की क्षमता भी, क्योंकि बेसिकली प्राइमरी स्कूल्स में वही बच्चे जाते हैं जिनका लोअर क्लास के या लोअर मिडिल क्लास के बहुत ज्यादा, तो उनके लिए जो हमारा राइट टू एजुकेशन है उसको लेके कहीं ना कहीं इतनी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम खड़ी हो गई है कि हम सबके बराबर पहुंचा नहीं पा रहे हैं। तो इस पे हमें बहुत ज्यादा काम करने की जरूरत है। और इसके अतिरिक्त कई क्वेश्चन जो पूछे गए, क्या आपको लगता है कि जब कभी भी कि ऑनलाइन अध्यापन में विद्यार्थियों और शिक्षक के बीच जो एक कांटेक्ट होता है, जो छोटे बच्चे हैं, और हम बड़े लोग तो मान लो थोड़ा बहुत वो भी कर सकते हैं, छोटे बच्चे जो एक व्यक्तिगत उनमें पर्सनल अटैचमेंट होता है क्लास के पीरियड में, उसका भी गैप देखा गया। तो इसके लिए मैंने क्वेश्चन पूछा तो अबाउट 95% टीचर्स ने कहा कि नहीं, हाँ इसकी कमी देखी जा रही है, जो अटैचमेंट है वो कम हुआ है। कहीं ना कहीं बच्चे जो हमारी स्पोर्ट एक्टिविटीज हैं उनसे कहीं ना कहीं दूर हो रहे हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये बहुत ही विकट स्थिति है, मतलब कि ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन को लेके अगर प्राइमरी लेवल पे जारी की जा रही है, जो कि यूपी गवर्नमेंट द्वारा जारी की गई थी, तो उसको लेके अभी हमें बहुत ज्यादा काम करने की जरूरत है। ये हमारा सजेशन है, क्योंकि उसको लेके फंडामेंटल जो हमारी चीजें हैं उनको प्रोवाइड करना होगा स्टूडेंट को, तभी हो सकता है। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच अनुराग जी, आपने बहुत ही अच्छा विषय चयन किया और बहुत अच्छे से प्रेजेंट किया अपना पेपर। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
लगता है कि मोबाइल से शिक्षा, हमारे जो छोटे बच्चे हैं उनको शिक्षा कम मिली और फ्री फायर और पबजी के ज्यादा एडिक्ट हो गए हैं बच्चे।
यस सर, यस सर। सर ऐसे ही क्वेश्चन मैंने किए तो सर ये प्रॉपर सर नीचे टेबल नहीं आ पाई थी पीपीटी में, टेक्निकल ग्लिचेस की वजह से। वो सर मैंने नीचे एक वर्ड फॉर्मेट में आपको दिखाने की कोशिश की सर, जो उसके क्रॉस टेबल एनालिसिस।
बचपन जो है छीन गया है, ये समझिए आप कि आजकल जो बच्चे हैं वो आपस में इंटरेक्ट नहीं होना चाहते और उनको केवल मोबाइल दे दीजिए, दे वांट टू बी इन्वॉल्व इंडल्ज विद द मोबाइल ऑल द टाइम।
यस सर, यस सर।
में इसका बहुत बुरा प्रभाव रहा बच्चों के जो विकास के ऊपर और उनकी साइकोलॉजी के ऊपर। थैंक यू वेरी मच। हमारे बीच में प्रवीण चौधरी सर बीच में जुड़े थे, अभी जुड़े हैं क्या प्रवीण चौधरी सर? प्रवीण चौधरी सर, यदि प्रवीण चौधरी से जुड़े हैं तो उनसे आग्रह है कि 2 शब्द कहें।
Sir, ji, serial number 76, Dr. Vijay Vyas. He is my co-author. So we were supposed to present a paper together, and I have done it from my side.
Okay, thank you.
76, Dr. Vijay Vyas.
Okay, I am not at all. Thank you, ma'am. Any other participant? Any other participant who wants to speak? कोई ऐसा है जो छूट गए हो, बोलना चाह रहे हो? जैसा कि हम जानते हैं कि पिछले 2 दिनों से शिक्षा, रोजगार एवं उद्यमिता का विकास, एजुकेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट पे हमारा 2 दिन का अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन था, जिसमें बहुत सारे वक्ताओं ने अपने विषय रखे और इसमें मुख्य रूप से डॉक्टर देवेंद्र विश्वकर्मा सर का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है कि वो हम सभी अर्थशास्त्रियों को और विभिन्न क्षेत्र के जो विशेषज्ञों हैं उनको एक प्लेटफॉर्म प्रदान किया। तो मैं डॉक्टर देवेंद्र विश्वकर्मा सर का बहुत ही आभारी हूँ। साथ ही मैं इंडियन इकोनॉमिक एसोसिएशन के डॉक्टर अनिल ठाकुर सर, रविंद्र ब्राह्मे सर, अश्विनी कुमार सर, डॉक्टर कुमारी मनीषा मैडम और श्री अशोक रोहानी सर, ऑनरेबल अगन सिंह उलास्ते सर, प्रोफेसर राजकुमार आचार्य सर हमसे जुड़े और उन्होंने हम लोगों का ज्ञानवर्धन किया और हम लोगों को मार्गदर्शन प्रदान किया। जैसा कि हम जानते हैं कि हमारे जीवन में जो सबसे बड़ी चीज है वो शिक्षा है और निश्चित रूप से कहा गया है, जो कि हमें संस्कृत में पढ़ाया जाता है कि विद्या ददाति विनयम विनयात यात पात्रत्वाद पात्रत्वाद धर्माप्नोति धनात् धर्म ततो सुखम। निश्चित रूप से हम संस्कृत के उसी श्लोक के कहीं ना कहीं आसपास अपने आप को ढूंढ रहे हैं और जो हमारी पुरातन सभ्यता थी और पुरानी जो हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था थी उसी को हम कहीं ना कहीं पाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हमारे देश की जो अर्थव्यवस्था थी वो अपने आप में संपूर्ण अर्थव्यवस्था थी और भारत सोने की चिड़िया विश्व के सबसे धनाढ्य देशों में गिना जाता था और जो किसी गांव की जो अर्थव्यवस्था होती थी वो अपने आप में बैलेंस्ड होती थी और किसी पे आश्रित नहीं थी। आज हम देख रहे हैं कि रशिया और यूक्रेन के बीच में जो पड़ गया है और बहुत सारी समस्याएं आ चुकी हैं और समस्याएं आ रही हैं। अभी हम कोविड से निकलने की कोशिश ही कर रहे थे और अर्थव्यवस्था धीरे धीरे लाइन पे आ रही थी। तो निश्चित रूप से मूलभूत रूप से हमें शिक्षा, रोजगार और रोजगार के अवसर को कैसे हम उत्पन्न करें ज्यादा से ज्यादा, उसकी आवश्यकता है। और जो हमारी जो वर्तमान सरकार है उसने न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी जो हमारा उसको भी 2020 में अडॉप्ट किया है और जैसे जैसे न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आएगी और उसका अनुपालन होगा तो निश्चित रूप से जो रोजगार परक जो कौशल डेवलपमेंट, रोजगार के अवसर लोगों के लिए उत्पन्न होंगे और इस बात की आवश्यकता महसूस की गई कि हमारे पास योग्य श्रमिक नहीं है। मतलब हमारे पास इतनी बड़ी जनसंख्या है, बेरोजगारी है, लेकिन हमारे पास जो वर्क फोर्स है वो स्किल नहीं है। तो कहीं ना कहीं हमें अपने एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में परिवर्तन लाने की जरूरत है, और ये तभी हो पाएगा जब शिक्षक अपनी सहभागिता सुनिश्चित करेंगे। शिक्षक ये सुनिश्चित करेंगे कि जो हम बच्चों को अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन से, संस्थानों से निकाल रहे हैं, वो जॉब पाने में सक्षम हो। और आप लोगों ने बहुत सारे रिसर्च पेपर, करीब 85 से ज्यादा रिसर्च पेपर हमारे पास आए थे, और उसमें से काफी लोगों ने अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट किया। मैं आप सभी लोगों का बहुत आभारी हूँ कि आप बने रहें। और ये जो हमारा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस था वो ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन दोनों मोड में था। तो जो लोग ऑफलाइन मोड में थे उनको निश्चित रूप से ज़्यादा फायदा हुआ होगा, लेकिन हम ऑनलाइन जो जुड़े हैं उनको भी कम फायदा नहीं हुआ है। वास्तव में जितना हम बोलते हैं उससे ज़्यादा हमें सुनने जानने और सीखने को मिलता है। और मैं जो भी शोधार्थी हैं उनसे ये आग्रह करता हूँ कि आप लोग ऐसे ही अपना पेपर लिखें और प्रेजेंट करें, और हम सभी समय समय पर विभिन्न प्लेटफॉर्मों पर जुड़ें और ऐसे विषयों की चर्चा करें, ऐसा शोध करें जिससे निश्चित रूप से कुछ फायदा हो, न कि केवल हमें डिग्री मतलब ओरिएंटेड नहीं होना चाहिए। कुछ फाइंडिंग और कुछ ऐसा होना चाहिए जिससे कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, अर्थव्यवस्था के क्षेत्र में, रोजगार के क्षेत्र में, नारी सशक्ति के क्षेत्र में हमारे देश के जो नीति निर्णायक लोग उनको हम कुछ इनपुट्स दे सकें। और वो हमारा जो रिसर्च पेपर है उसकी जो फाइंडिंग हो निश्चित रूप से जो गवर्नमेंट की जो स्कीम बनती है उसमें उसको इंक्लूड किया जाए। आप सभी लोगों का बहुत बहुत आभार। थैंक यू वेरी मच टू ऑल ऑफ यू दैट यू participated and you were connected both yesterday and today, both the day. And I would like to request from the participant if anybody is interested to give any feedback. कोई आप में से यदि कोई सुझाव देना चाह रहे हो या कुछ अपनी बात रखना चाह रहे हो तो आप 1 मिनट के लिए अपनी बात रख सकते हैं, और आप एक्नॉलेज करें, अपना नाम बताएं, और जो हमारा ये संगोष्ठी था उससे संबंधित यदि कुछ आप अपनी राय रखना चाहते हैं तो रखें, और जो हमारा विषय था उस पर रखें, और यदि आपका कोई सुझाव हो तो उसको रखें। आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप अपने को अनम्यूट करके बोल सकते हैं बारी बारी करके। प्लीज आप ऐसा कुछ हमें बताएं ताकि हम जो आगामी आने वाले जो भविष्य में जो हमारे जो आयोजन है उसको थोड़ा और अच्छे से कर सकें।
सर डॉक्टर निशा केवलिया।
हाँ जी मैम, बताएं अपना।
सर अनुभव बहुत अच्छा रहा, आपके साथ हमेशा जुड़ने का प्रयास रहता है, और आपकी कोशिशें मुझे लगता है जो रिसर्च स्कॉलर हैं उनके लिए बहुत ज्यादा उपयोगी होती है। और निश्चित ही आज के पेपर सुने, आज संयोग की बात थी कि कुछ टाइम हमारे पास भी था और हम सबको सुन पाए। तो जैसा भी आपने कहा, सुनने से ज्यादा हमें फायदा होता है। तो कभी भी ये नहीं होता है कि हमने कई सालों का अनुभव ले लिया है या कई सारी चीजों को हम जानने लगे हैं। तो हमारे यहाँ जैसा आज विषय था, इसमें बहुत ज्यादा प्रासंगिक विषय मैं कहूंगी हमेशा ही रहा है और हमेशा ही रहेगा कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में हम लोग कई बार शिक्षक के रूप में नियुक्त हो जाते हैं, फिर बंदी व्यवस्थाओं से चलते रहते हैं, और जो एक शिक्षक बहुत अच्छा समाज को दे सकता है, विद्यार्थियों को दे सकता है, उसके ज्ञान को कुंठित कर दिया जाता है, सिलेबस में बांध दिया जाता है। शिक्षक सिलेबस से बाहर जाके कई बार सोच भी नहीं पाता है। तो निसंदेह ऐसे जो आयोजन होते हैं तो स्कॉलर्स के लिए तो है ही, लेकिन शिक्षकों के लिए मेरे हिसाब से ज्यादा जरूरी होते हैं, क्योंकि सुन के हम अभी नया क्या चल रहा है, नवाचार के ऊपर हम अपना ध्यान केंद्रित कर पाते हैं, रिसेंट ट्रेंड के ऊपर हम ध्यान केंद्रित कर पाते हैं, और बच्चों को जब क्लास में हम लेक्चर के लिए जाते हैं तो उस ओर ध्यान आकर्षित करने के लिए हमारे पास भी जो ज्ञान रहता है वो अपडेटेड हो जाता है। तो और ये जो आपका एक प्रयास रहता है मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी का, इसमें बहुत सारे क्षेत्रों की जानकारी मिलती है। हम अपने क्षेत्र में ही कई बार सीमित हो जाते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे बहुत सारे क्षेत्रों के विशेषज्ञों से हमको रूबरू होने का मौका मिलता है और हम उनके ज्ञान का लाभ ले पाते हैं। और निश्चित ही हम अपने अपने संस्थाओं में जुड़े हैं, समाज में जुड़े हुए हैं, परिवार में जुड़े हुए हैं, तो उस ज्ञान का प्रचार प्रसार करने के लिए हमको अपने ज्ञान को बढ़ाने का एक अवसर आप इस माध्यम से दे रहे हैं। तो आपको बहुत बहुत साधुवाद है और अपेक्षा रहेगी कि इस तरह के आयोजन निरंतर होते रहें और हम प्रयास करेंगे कि पूर्ण रूप से आपके साथ जुड़ते रहें। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच मैम, थैंक यू। मैं चाहूंगा सुमन स्वरूप भाटिया मैम भी कुछ शब्द कहें। सुमन मैडम।
गुड इवनिंग सर, थैंक यू सर फॉर मैं सोच ही रही थी कुछ कहने के लिए, आपने बोल ही दिया। मैं इस प्लेटफॉर्म से, इस संस्था से तो करीब 2020 से जुड़ी हूँ, पेंडेमिक टाइम से। मेरा जो है इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे सुनने का जो अनुभव रहा है वो 2 साल का रहा है, लेकिन मैं पेपर प्रेजेंट करने की कई बार सोची मगर अपने कुछ कारणों से मैं नहीं कर पाई। और आज का दिन बहुत ही शुभ रहा मेरे लिए कि मैंने एटलीस्ट अपना जो है एक पेपर प्रेजेंट कर दिया और वो उसको एक फाइनल मोड पे हो गया। और उसके लिए चूंकि मेरा ये पहला प्रेजेंटेशन था और मुझे कोई भी आइडिया नहीं था कि इसको कैसे प्रेजेंट करना है, पूरे फॉर्म में करना है या फिर एब्स्ट्रैक्ट रूप में करना है, टाइमिंग्स क्या रहेगी, बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन थे मेरे दिमाग में कि कैसे करूं। पीपीटी मेरी रेडी नहीं थी। लास्ट 3 डेज पहले मैंने ब्रजेश सर से कांटेक्ट किया कि मुझे पेपर प्रेजेंट करना है, कैसे पॉसिबल है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि कोई दिक्कत नहीं, आपने जो भी लिखा है, जैसे भी लिखा है आप प्रेजेंट कर सकती हैं, आप फॉर्म डाल दीजिए, हम आपको प्लेटफॉर्म दे देंगे प्रेजेंट करने के लिए।
थैंक यू
फिर
मैम,
मैंने
थैंक यू
उनसे
वेरी मच।
कांटेक्ट किया तो इस तरह से हम लोग के लिए एज अ नए शोधार्थी के रूप में काफी कुछ जो है सीखने और समझने को मौका मिला। और आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने जो है बहुत उससे जो है सुना और उस पर क्वेश्चन भी किया, जिससे कि मुझे काफी सीखने को मिला भी। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू।
हेलो सर, हेलो सर, हेलो सर।
हाँ अनुराग सर बताइए।
सर बेसिकली सर मैं जब जुड़ा था तो मुझे नहीं लगा था कि मैं इतने लॉन्ग टाइम तक जुड़ पाऊंगा, लेकिन फिर जब मैं इस प्लेटफॉर्म से जुड़ा और हमारे साथियों रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स ने जब पेपर प्रेजेंट करने शुरू किए तो मतलब सब में कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा था कि मैं फिर डिस्कनेक्ट ही नहीं कर पाया, कंटिन्यूस जुड़ा रहा और नई जानकारियां मिलती रही। जैसा कि आपने कहा कि जो हमारा रिसर्च है या एकेडमिया है वो सर डेली रूटीन, डेली लाइफ और प्रैक्टिकलिटी से जुड़े। और जैसा कि इसका जो कॉन्फ्रेंस था, इसका थीम भी था कि इंडस्ट्री, एम्प्लॉयमेंट और इसको लेके, एजुकेशन को लेके, तो ये भी इसी थीम पे था कि जो हमारा एकेडमिया है, एजुकेशन है, डेली रूटीन से जुड़े एकेडमिशियन, एज ए रिसर्च स्कॉलर, एज ए प्रोफेसर हम कितना कंट्रीब्यूट कर पाते हैं, डेली ग्रास रूट पे कितना कंट्रीब्यूट कर पाते हैं एक लेबर की समस्याओं को समाधान करने के लिए, या फिर एक एकदम हाशिए पे खड़ा जो व्यक्ति है उसकी समस्याओं को समाधान करने के लिए कितना हम कुछ कर पाते हैं। तब मुझे लगता है कि मतलब हम लोग कुछ कर पा रहे हैं या शिक्षा का कुछ कंट्रीब्यूशन सोसाइटी के लिए कर भी पा रहे हैं। तो सर ये ऐसे आयोजन, जो इसका थीम था, ऐसे ही विषयों पे सर आयोजन होते रहने चाहिए। और सर मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि सर जो हम लोगों ने पेपर प्रेजेंट किए हैं बहुत से हमारे साथी स्कॉलर्स ने, तो सर उसको एक बुकलेट में पब्लिश कराया जाए जल्दी से जल्दी। अब उसको लेके हम लोग प्रॉपर उसको भेजेंगे, तो सर उसके लिए बुकलेट या रिसर्च पेपर जनरल जो हो सर उसके लिए पब्लिश कराया जाए।
निश्चित रूप से आप सभी लोगों को जो भी
हेलो सर, विजेश सर, मैं डॉक्टर ऋचा चतुर्वेदी रीवा आईपीएस यूनिवर्सिटी से हूँ। बहुत अच्छा मुझे आज लगा, मैं पूरे टाइम कनेक्ट रही, कल भी और आज भी मैंने सारे पेपर सुने। एक्चुअली आपका ये जो सेमिनार हुआ, ये जो कोविड का पीरियड हमारा गुजरा है, ये 2.5-3 साल का, उसके बाद ये बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म आपने दिया और बहुत ही अच्छा लगा। जिन्होंने एक वो मल्टीमीडिया वाला प्रेजेंट किया नेटफ्लिक्स, और जिसमें सब उन्होंने बताया, वो वाला पेपर उनका बहुत बढ़िया था। और ये प्लेटफॉर्म मुझे लगता है कि आपको ये ऐसा सेमिनार कराना चाहिए जल्दी जल्दी, मतलब 3 मंथ 6 मंथ्स में ऐसे कराना चाहिए कि और भी नए रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स को, नए टीचर्स को मौका मिले। जरूर को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको, बहुत अच्छा आपका ये रहा सेमिनार। थैंक यू सर। हाँ,
थैंक यू ऋचा मिश्रा मैम, और थैंक यू अनुराग सर, बहुत अच्छा आप दोनों ने विषय रखा, बहुत बहुत
Sir,
धन्यवाद
a
आप दोनों
a small suggestion, as you asked for a suggestion to improve this conference online going forward. Sir, we have around 87 participants this time. So, if your university or if your institute is okay, you can run this program in 2-3 tracks. One track is, run by you, another with another professor or a, supervisor. So if 3-4 tracks are going together, then you can complete within 2-3 hours, and everyone will be able to present their paper for 10 minutes at least. Unlike
Your
today,
suggestion copied, ma'am, and we'll implement next time. Thank you. Very nice.
सर गुड इवनिंग, मैं डॉक्टर प्रतिमा बेस्ट बोल रही हूँ, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर CV रमन यूनिवर्सिटी से। प्रियंका त्रिपाठी जो हैं वो मेरी ही स्कॉलर हैं।
अच्छा
जी 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 सर, मैं एक सजेशन और ऐड करना चाहूंगी कि जो आपने अभी जो ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन दोनों प्लेटफॉर्म को यूज किया है सर, प्लीज इसको कंटिन्यू रखिएगा, क्योंकि हर कोई इतना कैपेबल नहीं होता है कि उतनी दूर जाके कॉन्फ्रेंस या सेमिनार वेबिनार अटेंड कर सके। तो ये ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म सर उन लोगों के लिए बहुत ही अच्छा है।
श्योर मैम, श्योर, पक्का, निश्चित रूप से। थैंक यू सो मच। आप लोगों ने अपना फीडबैक दिया और हमें सुझाव दिया, जिसको हम इम्प्लीमेंट करने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे, और मैं आशा करता हूं कि जब भी इस तरह के आयोजन होंगे आप लोग हमसे जुड़ेंगे और जुड़े रहेंगे, और तभी हम शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में और अच्छा कर सकेंगे और नए नए शोध पत्रों को पब्लिश करेंगे। और जो हमारी फाइंडिंग्स है, जो हमारा अनुभव है, क्योंकि हम सभी कहीं ना कहीं शिक्षा के क्षेत्र से ही जुड़े हुए हैं, तो जब हमारा अनुभव आपस में डिस्कस करने से हमें कई लोगों का अनुभव मिलता है, तो हम उसको अपने यूनिवर्सिटी में और अपने जो क्लासेस होते हैं उसमें जो हमारे जैसे स्कॉलर होते हैं उसको हम और अच्छे से इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकेंगे। आप सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत आभार कि आप लोग जुड़े रहे, और निश्चित रूप से हम सभी शिक्षाविद हैं, रिसर्च स्कॉलर हैं, तो हम ये कोशिश करेंगे कि जो हमारे छात्र हैं वो डिग्री के साथ साथ कौशल लेके भी निकले और उनको कम से कम रोजगार मांगना ना पड़े, और यदि उनको रोजगार देने वाले बने एटलीस्ट, क्योंकि आज देश की जो डिमांड, आज जो देश की मांग है वो है, सबसे ज्यादा मांग है रोजगार की। और जैसा हम जानते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में रोजगार के अवसर कम हो गए, तो जो MSME है और जो छोटे उद्योग हैं, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है, उसको आगे बढ़ना होगा, और हमें जो इनोवेशन या नवाचार या जो भी बोलते साहसिक कदम उठाने पड़ेंगे, तभी हमारे देश का विकास होगा और हम सभी लोगों को रोजगार मिल सकेंगे, और हमारे देश की जो आर्थिक स्थिति वो अच्छी हो पाएगी। और जैसा कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री कहते हैं, सबका साथ सबका विकास तभी हो पाएगा जब सभी को रोजगार हो, रोटी कपड़ा मकान शिक्षा और सारी जो मूलभूत आवश्यकताएं हो। आप सभी लोग जुड़े रहे, इसके लिए आप सभी लोगों का बहुत आभार। इसी के साथ सभा की समाप्ति होती है। एक बार पुनः आप सभी लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार।
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू सो मच सर।
thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you sir. Thank to all.
थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर। सर एक बार अटेंडेंस लिस्ट की लिंक सर सेंड कर दीजिए प्लीज सर।
ओके श्योर।
सर कल की अटेंडेंस लिस्ट जो है वो मैं नहीं भर पाई थी।
नहीं, दोनों में से एक चलेगा। आज का कर दिया ना मैम?
यस यस, आज का कर दिया।
हाँ, तो आज का कर दिया तो कोई इशू नहीं, दोनों में से एक का, क्योंकि पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन सेशन में करना ज्यादा जरूरी था।
ओके, थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।